Honorable Speaker.
I will now call the House to order. Let us take up question number 37, brought by Sri Paul Lingdo, MLA. Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, answer to start question 137A. Sir, the local direct employment shall be operationalized in accordance with the provisions of the agreement entered into with project-affected families, subject to the availability of requisite skills and qualifications, particularly on the category C and D positions. For other categories of employment, recruitment shall be undertaken through an open and transparent process in accordance with the applicable rules and regulations, including the Meghalaya reservation policy. In addition to direct employment, projects is expected to generate indirect employment opportunities during the construction and operational phases, such as engagement in contractual works, site labor, and allied activities, thereby contributing to livelihood opportunities for local population. B. Sir, the monitoring mechanisms in respect of local employment commitments shall primarily be implemented by the project developer. The same will be subject to review by the state government to ensure adherence to agreements. C. Sir, in cases of non-compliance with agreed commitments, appropriate action may be taken in accordance with the provisions of the relevant agreements and applicable laws.
Your supplementary question, please.
Thank you, sir. My fundamental concern in bringing this question is the rapid deterioration of the MEECL as an organization. So on the 11th of September 2025, the Cabinet had formally accepted the report of an independent inquiry committee headed by retired Justice R.N. Mishra, which flagged several serious deficiencies in human resource management as a systemic failure within the MEECL and its 3 subsidiaries. Now, in view of the reply of the Honorable Minister, may I know what framework has been put in place in order to ensure that local employment is optimized and that this is continuously being monitored by the department.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the employment commitments and employment opportunities in hydropower projects for project-affected families are supported both by the Hydropower Policy 2008 and Right to Fairness, Compensation and Transparency in Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act 2013.
No, sir, I need a very clear, specific answer as to what framework has been put in place to ensure that this employment is being monitored at the highest level. What framework, what institution?
Sir, with regards to the monitoring mechanisms that are proposed, in general, the corporation, when it comes to the monitoring mechanism which are established by project authority, state administration during the implementation and operation of hydropower projects to oversee the monitoring and evaluation of the rehabilitation and resettlement plan. So, the mechanism focused primarily on land acquisition processes and socio-economic well-being of project-affected families. The framework includes both internal and external oversight to ensure effective implementation and compliance with statutory requirements. Internal oversight, carried out administratively by the Land Acquisition Officer and Resettlement Commissioner. They monitor progress against approved physical and financial targets, including compensation disbursement and delivery of rehabilitation and resettlement entitlements. External oversight, provided by the independent third-party agencies or auditors and for periodic reviews, compliance verification, and grievance redressal mechanisms. So these are the two bodies which are internal oversight and external oversight.
So the Minister is beating around the bush, sir. Let me come to a very specific question that emanates from his reply, which is whether the Meghalaya Industrial and Investment Promotion Policy 2024 is being implemented by the department or not.
Sir, the question raised by an honourable member, yes, sir.
In that case, whether the two categories, the managerial category and the non-managerial category, are both being implemented.
Yes, sir. As per the reply to the principal question, sir, that in the A, I have already mentioned about it.
So, where non-managerial posts are concerned, there is provision for 90% reservation for local domiciles. And for managerial posts, there's a provision for 50% reservation for local domiciles. Are both of these being strictly adhered to or not?
Yes, sir.
Sir, if I may just supplement. Sir, the projects will obviously be followed under the Investment Act, but these are conditions as per the subsidies that are provided. So it is applicable to companies that approach the government in terms of the different subsidies that are there. And as they apply and as they register with us, these are applicable. So it is on a case-to-case basis. But yes, sir, in general, this particular policy will be applicable to all projects that are there that applications come into the MIPA, sir.
So, as of March 2025, approximately 255 sanctioned technical posts remain vacant in the MEPDCL alone. Whether steps have been taken to fill up these vacancies?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the principal question is subject to the local employment commitments on the power projects only, sir. So for that, I don't have the information with me right now, sir. I require notice.
5 supplementary questions are over. Please.
Sir, may I know from the Honourable Minister, how many JE were promoted to the post of EE in the most recent recruitment exercise?
So again, I would like to, I will not shy away for giving the answer to that, but I don't have the information, sir, because the principal question refers to the local employment commitments on the power projects only, sir. So these are the information that are available with me. For the supplementary question raised by the honourable member, I don't have the information, sir, right now. So I require notice.
One more, sir. May I know from the Honourable Minister, when will the process of filling up all vacancies be reinstated?
Filling up all the posts, sir, if I can, the honourable member can repeat the question, please.
When will the process of filling up all vacancies be reinstated?
Sir, as far as filling up of vacancies, this is a continuous process of the corporation from time to time. So I know what exactly the honourable member wishes to ask, but again I would like to repeat here that the principal questions which is confined to the employment commitments only, as I mentioned, sir. So for that, I don't have any answer right now, sir. Perhaps I require notice.
Marten, please.
Sir, may I know from the Honourable Minister, in view of the decision of the government to outsource the lower rank category in the MECL, may I know whether what will be the consequence as far as this employment commitments of the department is concerned?
Sir, with regards to these are basically the local employment commitments are basically project-wise. So as we are aware that the projects that we have, like the Minturu, Leshka, the Umyam, and so on, these are the projects-based employment. So the commitments for the power projects also will be fulfilled as per this commitment, sir.
So my question, sir, is like since the government has adopted a policy of outsourcing, will it affect or not the commitments of the government as far as the employment of those landowners or whatever stakeholders are concerned?
Please address the chair, please.
Oh, sorry, sir.
So, Speaker, sir, these are the project-based. Basically, in case of any new project that comes up, so the public hearing will be held before the commencement, before the operation of the construction of the projects. In that case, the outsourcing agency will not be a role as far as the employment commitments is concerned. It is the duty of the corporation to take care of those project-affected families.
Sir, I'll just supplement to the Honourable member's question and the Honourable Minister's reply, sir. So there are multiple parts to it. Number one, sir, the Honourable member has asked that once we outsource the lower kind of categories of the jobs that are there, will it affect the commitments that are made in terms of the commitments given to the people, the landowners? So, sir, the answer for that is no, sir, it will not impact. Normally, the outsourcing that is done at the MECL level for works that are more of security nature or day-to-day or administrative, lower administrative and office work that is there. So therefore, these aspects of outsourcing in a power project does not arise, sir. That is something that we don't do. So therefore, it will not affect the primary question and reply to that. And also just to share, sir, so the House is clear on the subject, that I'll just give a few numbers. So for example, in Mintudu Leshka project, so there are a total of 69 people who are regular people out there working as a regular job. Out of them, 69, one is a non-local and 68 are locals. Even when it comes to the contractual and casual, there are total 72. Out of the 72, 2 are non-local and 70 are local. I'll go to another project of, say example, sir, say Umiam stage 1. So the total regular employees there are 29. Out of that, 26 are locals and 3 is non-local. Casual again and contractual are 12. So out of that, 1 is non-local and 11 are locals. Just examples are like that. I have got the list of all the projects and what the manpower is. So I just wanted to clear that even when it comes to the projects of the power projects that are there, we are adhering to these aspects. There is a special rule that we have, and the laws are there to ensure that we implement them, including our own law that we had come out with the power policy that we have, which also reiterates this aspect. And the specific reply that what happens, when when the works are outsourced. As I said, sir, these are not outsourced for the project. The project is the works in the project are not outsourced. Outsourced are normally at the MECL level, internally the administration level, and normally for jobs like security and all, in which also most of the individuals who are working in the agencies that are involved are all local agencies mostly, sir. And most of the jobs in that also is given to our local boys and girls, sir.
Sir, may I know from the Honorable Minister, the mode of employment as far as the landowners is concerned, whether they are going to be employed as regular or contractual or casual, sir?
Sir, the landowner will be appointed on a regular basis because they have to comply as far as the public hearing done by the district authority when it comes to those landowners' employment is concerned, sir.
Sir, I think I'm confused, sir, because employment for the landowner is a kind of a guarantee for the landowner so that they can give the land to the department. So why there is a need for a public hearing to accommodate landowner and to give employment landowner in the department? I am confused. I don't understand, sir.
Sir, just to set the things straight, whenever any project which is coming up, there's always a public hearing before the project is being finalized. And in that process, there's also a part in the hearing that the employment for the local, especially the landowners, is to be adopted and is to be complied. So in that process, the appointment of those landowners initially will be on a contractual basis, but it will be assured with regularization, since at that point of time, there's no sanction post.
So may I know how long it will take for the landowners to get regularized in case they are appointed as contractuals?
So the contractual basis employed will be regularized at the earliest because the sanction of those posts is to be approved and for their regularization, sir.
We move on to the next question. Question number 138, brought by Dr. Mizanur Kazi, MLA. Minister in charge to reply, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir. Reply to star question 138. A. Sir, the total number of inpatient in CHC during the year 2023-24 is 1,082. 2024-25, 1,816. 2025-26, 1,840. The total number of outpatient in the CHC during the year 2023-24 is 29,678. 2024-25 is 47,493. 2025-26, 51,242. B, sir. Sir, the total number of deliveries conducted at Bhaitbari CHC during the year 2023-24 is 887. 2024-25 is 1,028. 2025-26 it's 868. C, sir. Sir, the total number of pregnant women referred to the higher center due to complication during the year 2023-24 is 118. 2024-25, 127. 2025-26 is 186. D, sir. Sir, the measure being implemented to improve maternal and child health care services at Bhaitbari CHC are as follows. Antenatal care services. Early registration of pregnant women within 12 weeks. Minimum 4 antenatal checkup. Regular physical examination. Laboratory testing, free of cost, TD vaccination, nutritional counseling, screening for high-risk condition, providing iron and folic acid supplement. Once a free ultrasound for all pregnant women and promotion of institutional deliveries, ensuring deliveries are conducted by trained doctors and nurses and provided emergency obstetric care. Postnatal care. Postnatal delivery checkups, breastfeeding support, KMC, and family planning counseling. Third, identification and management of high-risk pregnancies, screening for high-risk conditions, daily tracking of all due pregnant women 14 days prior to expected date of delivery. Fourth, PMSMA, Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matriva Abhiyan, fixed day antenatal care services, 9 of every month, including diagnostic tests and doctor consultation. Fifth, CMSMS, Chief Minister Safe Motherhood Scheme, providing transit home for high-risk pregnant women, free stay and provide free diet for pregnant women and her attendants till delivery from CMSMS. Sixth, free transportation of pregnant women and infant carrying from home to facility before delivery and dropping from facility to home after delivery through CMSMS. 7. Free referral to higher facility of pregnant women and infant to higher facility by using CMSMS vehicle. 8. NBSU, Newborn Civilization Unit. We have separate NBSU to manage sick babies and neonates. 9. Provision of all essentials required for mother and baby is free of cost. 10. We have separate KMC, kangaroo care mother room and breastfeeding room, sir.
Your supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, sir, through you, first of all, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister in charge for his exhaustive reply. The idea behind bringing in this question is, as we can see the data, it's one of the busiest hospitals in the entire state. Sir, as we could see the tremendous load of inpatient and outpatient in the CHC, may I know from the Honorable Minister in charge, what is the staff pattern in terms of doctors and staff nurses in the hospital, and how many of them are referred to, are deputed or sent for training or higher education, and what is the, and does the present strength of doctors comply with the doctor-patient ratio as mentioned by the National Medical Council of India?
Sir, right now, the doctors, regarding with the doctors, there are four MOs in station. One is MO from Ayush. Regarding the doctors which are on study leave, there are two MOs which are on study leave, Dr. Pritam Das and Dr. Bidan Chik Marak. And there is a gynecologist which is deployed to Tura MCH hospital. There is one junior specialist, a pediatrician, which is a surgeon, which is deployed to Bakmara, but later on didn't join, sir. This is a new recruit from MMSRB, but he didn't come and join, sir. Regarding the deployment of this gynecologist to Tura MCH, sir, it's due to the non-operationalize of the OT, sir, because of the non-availability of the anesthesiologist, sir. Like rightly mentioned, sir, by the honorable member, right now, sir, we have there are shortage of doctors at the moment, especially in terms of specialists, sir. Just to inform the House, sir, that in the whole state, we have only 4 anesthesiologists, sir, which is really very less, sir. But from the department, sir, we have tried the recruitment from the MMSRB, and just to inform again to the House that we have got the sanction from the finance department that very soon we are going to recruit more on contractual basis, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as we could see, the total number of institutional deliveries and the total number of referrals for complicated deliveries to higher centers, and as we could see from the reply of Honorable Minister in charge, that one gynecologist is already posted in the CSC, but due to the absence of or non-functionality of OT and due to the absence of anesthesiologist, she or he has been deputed to Tura MCH. But as there are so many pregnant ladies and deliveries in the hospital, in view of this, may I request the Honorable Minister in charge that the gynecologist be immediately transferred or deputed back to his or her original place of posting, because even in case of normal and complicated pregnancies also, one specialized like a gynecologist is very much required.
I truly agree with the honorable member, sir. But right now, like I said, sir, because due to the non-availability of anesthesiologists, so that's why, because of the non-operationalize of the OT, so that's why we thought that because most of the complicated cases are being referred to the MCH Tura. So that's why, sir, we have sent her there. But like I already mentioned, sir, from the department, we are trying our level best that to recruit the anesthesiologist as soon as possible. So once the anesthesiologist is in place, so sir, we will bring all the required specialists to the CHC.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I know from the Honorable Minister in charge whether ECG facility is available in Bhaitbari CHC, and if yes, whether any ECG technician is posted in the CHC?
Yes, sir, the ECG is available, but right now the ECG technician is not in place, but the doctor and the nurses are trained to do ECG, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, through you, may I appraise the Honorable Minister in charge Health that after the transfer of the old Bhaitbari PSC to Bhaitbari CSC, the building, including all infrastructure, are lying vacant. And in view of the tremendous load of patients in the CHC, and since there are so many referrals to higher centers from the CHC, may I humbly request the Honorable Minister in charge that if a first referral unit or a MCH hospital can be set up in the old building, which will also, which will also save government funds because building is already ready. If there is any possibility, I would like to request the Honorable Minister in charge health regarding that. Thank you.
Sir, it is the endeavor of the government to make all CHC as FRU. But like I already mentioned, sir, the problem here is with the specialists. Due to the shortage of specialists, that's why we couldn't make the present CHC as FRU. But the request from the honorable member is duly noted. And sir, like I already mentioned, that as soon as we get the specialists in place, so we'll definitely make the CIC as FRU, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, through you, may I again request the Honorable Minister in charge, Health and Family Welfare, to kindly consider for an urban wellness center at Tinmuni World Bhaitbari area under the 15th Finance Commission under NHM.
Sir, just to inform the House that the 15th Finance Commission is going to end now. So definitely, but sir, the request from the honourable member is duly noted, and if possible, definitely will consider in the next coming 16th Finance Commission. Thank you.
So we move on to the next question. Question number 139, brought by Sri Livingstone Karpran, MLA, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to state question 139. Sir, at present there is no obstruction for all types of road users. However, meetings in the level of Chief WD roads and the GTC authorities have been held several times, and the process of a permanent solution is being worked out, sir.
Your supplementary question.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I also thank the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge of roads for the reply. So this is the third time that I raised this issue in this August House in a successive session. So I want to, may I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister on the newspaper report, which I have with me a copy, which appeared in the New Shillong, or Shillong Times, on the 4th of February 2026. In view of the newspaper report dated 4th February 2026, stating that the district estate officer, Kauti, has failed to prove the Army's ownership of the 600-meter stretch. Based on the RTI findings by one activist, may I know from the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister whether the Common is aware of the matter, what action has been taken thereon? So.
Yes, sir. I think this issue has been there for so many times, even inside this August House. And in the last session, even I have already replied it very, very clearly that this stretch of 600 meters or plus, it falls under the defense land. That is very clear because all the papers, all the documents has been checked. However, sir, relating to that press report, I am not aware about it. But let me just inform the House that solution is more or less reached to a final conclusion. Sir, yesterday, Honorable Chief Minister has called a meeting where the GOC of the Army also attended. All the officers of the defense and also with the officials of the state government. And in the meeting we had yesterday, I'm happy to inform that the GOC and the Defense Authority has agreed not to disturb or not to create any stoppage of movement of traffic going or coming out of Mausubut village. Sir, very soon we will be able to get the proceeding of the meeting that we had yesterday, and once the proceeding is signed, then necessary direction will be given to the district administration to make sure that the stoppage of traffic movement to or from Mausubut village does not at all disturb.
So, thank you, sir. Do the government agree to concede this 600 states that belong to the army without having the valid or legal documents, sir?
Sir, as I've said, in fact, the land document is already there. However, yesterday again we have decided that resolving has to take place to make sure that everybody get the full clarity on the defense land or the civil land or whatever, and we have directed even the district administration along with the Directorate of Land Record and Survey to conduct the detailed survey, and thereafter we will see how this clarity is coming up, sir.
Will you please, you laid that documents in the table floor of the House, sir. You said that the army has got these land documents. You please lay it in the table floor of the House, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can do that.
Sir, another question, sir. Sir, who was the authority to carry out the repairing and maintenance of the 6th road as of now, sir?
That portion, sir, it lies with the Defense Authority. And recently they have completed even the repairing and maintenance work.
Sir. So last few days, last week, that when the PWD people wanted to start the bridge construction at Puamkan, which connects Chenta and Bhaitbari. So it was reported that the same armies came to obstruct. I mean, they even removed the signboard of the village. So what do you have, sir, to say on this, sir?
Sir, relating to that new bridge construction in that we call it Umkhen River. Sir, yes, we are aware about this issue, because again, it happens that some portion of that land falls under the defense land. Again, yesterday we have decided that the district collector will again go on the ground. The joint inspection has to be conducted, and very soon this issue will also be taken up by the district administration along with the defense authorities.
So I just request the Honorable Teacher, sir, to look into the matter seriously, sir, and to do the needful at the earliest.
Yes, sir.
Marten, please.
Sir, I would also like to supplement some questions. So we had discussed this matter in this House. And as we know, there has been a regular incidents where there is a conflict between civilian and the armed forces everywhere. The reason is that most of these armed forces, their attitude, the way they conduct with the local people, as if all local people are aliens, and that is the attitude which make the local people not to be able to get along with the armed forces. So last time after we discussed this same matter, I was approached, sir, by the local authorities, where they rejected completely the claim of the GTC that 600 stretch belongs to the defense land. So they also claim that they have documents to prove that it belongs to the village. So as we all know, sir, village has come out since time immemorial. They were existed much before the armed forces came to this place. And we know the land holding system, the traditional land holding system, where hardly we will have, people who are having proper documents, because most of the time our forefathers, they are giving, land right orally only. So they are taking advantage of that situation. So having listened to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir, when he said that the solution is almost reached, but I would categorically make a mention in this August House, as far as the mind of the villages and the local authority is concerned, if the armed forces still claim that 600 belongs to them, the solution is nowhere near as far as this land is concerned. So I don't feel that it is right to listen to one party only. It would have been better if the government, together with the defense authority and the village, decide on that portion. So may I know whether the government has initiated any step to convene the village authority together with the defense in the presence of the government to decide and settle this matter once and for all, sir?
Yes, sir. In fact, this issue, as I've already replied, it's being taken up from time to time in the level of the district administration and also in the level of our chief engineer. Both sides, be it from the village authority as well as be it from the defense authority. Sir, I think just to mention here, since I've already replied also the supplementary question raised by the honorable mover of this question, that land document can be placed on the table of the House. I think we don't need to debate much. And I've replied that yes, this land document will be placed in the table of the House, and once the land document is placed, I'm very sure clarity will come out of it. And sir, as mentioned by the honourable member from Nongkrem constituency, Marten Pasamoit, sir, as I've said, yes, meeting has been held, and we are going to again have a meeting. In fact, last year itself, I called a meeting even with the village authority. We have explained everything. I called myself personally. We had a meeting with all of them, because now the issue is only how to make sure that the traffic movement does not stop or does not create any kind of hindrances to the public at large, especially the villagers of the Mausbut village. So I think this is the real issue where we discuss. So sir, as I just mentioned yesterday, we had a meeting, a very good meeting, very productive meeting under the chairmanship of Honorable Chief Minister. That's why I replied that I think very soon we will come out of this chronic issues where we have from time to time, and I'm very sure we'll be able to resolve it once and for all. And right now, sir, we are just waiting for the proceeding that we had taken a decision yesterday.
So may I know from the Honourable Minister whether the local villages, local authority has been taken into consideration in the course of sorting out these problems, sir?
Sir, again, because see, the issue is about ownership of that portion of land. Last year when I had a meeting with the village authority, I've explained them very, very clearly that claiming the land is not at all possible. But however, the approach, government in all level, we are there with them to make sure that the approach does not at all affect to the movement of the public from or inside the Mausbut village.
We move on to the next question. Question raised by Renington Lingdo, MLA, and Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to start question 140A. Sir, yes, the Bharat Scouts and Guide is functioning under the Education Department. B. Sir, no, the service rule for employee have been drafted and it is in the process of vetting and approval. C. Sir, students who are enrolled with Bharat Scouts and Guides gets exposure in district, state, regional, national, and international level featuring various topics not learned in school. For example, mapping, pioneer camp crafting, extra. Sir.
Your supplementary question.
Thank you, sir. I want to understand from the Honorable Minister who had replied, and thank you for the reply that he has made. We understand that there is no service rule as of today under Bharat Scout and Guide since the draft is drafted, but process for vetting and approval is still awaited. So, sir, whether the staff working there, it's a contractual or regular?
Sir, the staff working there is being recruited by the Bharat and Scout organization, sir.
And through you, I would like to seek a supplementary question with regards to the question that the principal question that I've put before the Honorable PHE Minister. The principal question that was asked is based on the Marten landfill, where I've asked the Minister concerned whether any scientific study has been conducted to assess the extent of groundwater contamination due to leachate from Marten landfill affecting water source in the adjoining areas. And I'm surprised, sir, from the reply of the Honorable Minister, where there has been no scientific study to, or any, no scientific study has been done as far as the contamination of the water source near Marten landfill. As we are aware, sir, that the Marten landfill, it was there since 1930. And of late, the Marten landfill has reached a capacity where it cannot accommodate any more waste. And I would like to remind each and every one of us here that near the Marten landfill, there are few water sources which the local residents within 3 to 5 kilometer radius, especially during the winter, we used to go and fetch water from these water sources. And of late, what I found out is that the local residents don't go and fetch water from these water sources because they fear. Because we have seen that there has been contamination, there have been leakages from the Marten landfill. So I would like to know from the Honourable Minister whether he will consider to constitute or to conduct a scientific study so as to understand the nature of these water sources near the landfill.
So, normally, sir, the groundwater studies are done by the Central Groundwater Board, is the nodal agency for scientific study and assessment and monitoring of ground resources, including contamination in the state, sir. However, sir, as per my record, there is no water sources from the PHE department. As far as PHE department is concerned, we don't have any sources there. But since Honourable Member is insisting that, I'll get it examined, sir.
I would like to thank the Honourable Minister for the reply. Yes, I've mentioned that, yes, it does not belong to the PHE department, but there is a water source where, since time immemorial, as a local resident from that particular area, especially during the winter, we used to go and fetch water from there. It's a big source, water source. So I would like to thank the Honourable Minister. Please kindly take up this matter seriously for the benefit of the local residents in and around the Marten landfill.
Will do, sir. Thank you.
So we move on to the next question. Dr. Mrs. Metap Chandi A. Sangma. She has brought a question. And the Minister in charge to reply, please.
I'll reply to this question. Minister is not present. Sorry, sir. Reply to star question 142A. Yes, sir. Reply to star question 142B. Sir, the process of preparation of DPR is ongoing. Time frame will be finalized in due course and at the earliest.
Your supplementary questions, please.
I thank the Honourable Chief Minister for the reply through you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My first supplementary question is, sir, how many colleges are being planned and when did the planning start?
Sir, in 2022, the Cabinet then had decided, so I don't have the exact date, but I remember the year, 2022, the Cabinet had decided that we should have a college for veterinary, 1, a college for fishery, 2, and a college for dairy. So these were the 3 colleges which we had decided in the Cabinet that we should have these particular colleges because of the urgent need that is there, and also keeping in mind that the large population of our state is involved in livestock rearing.
I thank the Minister again for the reply through you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Another supplementary question. Sir, do we have any veterinary training centers, and if so, how many and their names?
Sir, there are veterinary training centers in the state. I do not have the exact number with me of how many there are and exact locations, but definitely, sir, there are the training centers in different parts of the state, sir.
Sir, I also want to know if it is a fact that today, veterinary department, we can see that the availability of manpower in these centers is very rare. As I have repeatedly got complaints from my constituency who practice a lot of livestock rearing, and many of our rural populace is dependent on the livestock economy. So, sir, I want to know if these centers are functioning properly.
Sir, the principal question is mainly about the college that is to was proposed to come out. So therefore, of course, this is a related subject, but it is not directly as part of the primary question, the principal question. But, sir, we are aware of the manpower shortage that is there, and it is definitely a matter of concern. In fact, we have been discussing about this particular issue, and yes, sir, the steps are being taken for us to ensure that the different manpower requirements and the shortages that are there should be filled up at the earliest. But as I said, sir, this is not part of the principal question directly. Therefore, I don't have the exact details of how many manpower shortage and what is the process right now. But definitely, sir, this is a serious matter, and we will ensure that the different requirements and manpower that is there and the vacancies that are there are filled up at the earliest.
Sir, the Honorable Minister on his reply has mentioned that the planning has started from 2022. Does it necessarily always take a DPR to be prepared for 2-3 years?
Sir, there are 3 colleges which we have to look at, and therefore the process of identification of land and making the land available, and also working into the different aspects of the manpower requirement, and also the entire process of planning a particular college, sir, does take time. Does it necessarily take 3 to 4 years? Not normally, sir. But as I said, we have 3 colleges that we are trying to target at the same time, and therefore the process took much longer than we had expected. Just to give an idea to the House also, that apart from the fact that there are 3 colleges that we are targeting, we also have got concerns because the financial requirement is quite large. So, for example, the requirement for the veterinary college alone is about 334 crores that will require. Land, of course, has been identified. We have about 800 acres of land which we have identified for this. And this is, just so that the House is aware, this is in Kirdamkulai area, in Umsning block, in Ribhoi is where the land has been identified. And also, sir, there are a huge requirement of manpower is also there. There are 19 departments that are proposed that will be there. So all of this does require time, sir. But yes, we also had constraints because there was a requirement for huge financial commitments from all sides for this. And all of these matters put together has delayed the decision a bit. But, sir, as you must have heard in my budget speech yesterday, I have categorically mentioned about these colleges in my speech. And definitely, sir, we are serious about this, and steps will be taken to fasten the entire process, sir.
The question hours is over. Now we will come to item number 2, voting on demand for grants. We will now take up grant number 1. Sri President Tungsum, Deputy Chief Minister, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that an additional amount of Rs 17 crores 336,392 be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2026 for the administration of the Head 2011 Parliament, State/Union Territory Legislature 2058 Stationery and Printing, 4058 Capital Outlay on Stationery and Printing, 4216 Capital Outlay on Housing.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 1 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 1 is passed. Now we will take up grant number 2. Sri Conrad Sangma, Honorable Chief Minister, to move please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that an additional amount of 20 crores be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st of March 2026 for the administration of the Heads 2013, Council of Ministers 2052, Secretariat General Services 2070, District Administrative Services.
Motion moved. Now there is one cut motion against this grant tabled by Dr. Mukul Sangma, MLA and Leader of Opposition. You may, Honorable Elo, you may kindly move.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the total provision of rupees 20 crore supplementary demand number 2 under head 2013 Council of Ministers 2052 Secretariat General Services etc. at page 3 of the list of the supplementary demand be reduced by rupees 100, that is, the amount of the whole supplementary demand of rupees 20 crore do stand reduced by 100.
Motion moved. Now you may initiate discussion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to be very brief in my submission with the sole intention of getting the information that is felt needed in order to ensure that the money that is sought for in the supplementary demand, the House has a clarity in respect to the manner of its implementation and the resultant outcome thereof. Mr. Speaker, sir, here I would like to dwell only on this part pertaining to the amount proposed as an additional requirement under the supplementary demand for additional payment that will be required for funding the programs under CMSDF, Chief Minister's Special Development Fund. Now, we may all recollect that this particular scheme was designed in order to create an enabling environment for the Office of the Chief Minister to respond to various demands that come across. Various other stakeholders across the state do approach the Chief Minister and the MLAs, the ministers. So it's a funneling provision for ensuring that all such demands can be looked into and examined. And earlier, that's why there was a segregation in terms of the allocation of fund for urban area and rural area. Therefore, the names, the nomenclatures were defined as Chief Minister's Special Rural Development Fund and Chief Minister's Special Urban Development Fund. Now this has been subsumed and or rather amalgamated to nomenclature it as Chief Minister's Special Development Fund. Now, when we look at this amalgamation and the fallout thereof is that we are not able to look at as to how much money is actually being spent under this available provision of the scheme or intervention of the government for the rural area and the urban area. The segregation is not there. So I would like to, therefore, get this information in terms of the quantum of fund which has been spent in rural area and urban areas, indicating the
urban areas where this particular fund has been spent, with the names thereof. Because in my cut motion, I have specifically mentioned there are respective beneficiaries and manner of selection thereof. So the manner of selection, now, while utilizing this fund, it was from the time it was conceptualized, MLAs were also provided with this information that the schemes may be submitted to be taken up under this fund. A special information used to be given to the respective members of this August House about the likely allocation of fund for the specific financial year, so that the MLS can take advantage of this program and respond to various demands that come through the respective MLS. Now, for last few years, I have not received this letter anymore. So, therefore, in absence of this kind of communication, it becomes difficult for us whether the same methodology of funneling this fund to take care of the demands of the people are still being followed or not. Whether the MLAs are required, or rather MLAs are being informed about this program so that we also can submit programs. In fact, earlier what we used to do was that specific amount used to be indicated by the Chief Minister. That out of the CM's Special Rural Development Fund or out of the Chief Minister's Special Urban Development Fund, this much amount may be submitted for consideration to be funded under the program. Now, this has not happened. Therefore, every money that is passed by this August House must be designed to be spent in such a way that it creates an inclusive growth and progress. Now, without the involvement of the members of this August House, it becomes very difficult. And there is a likelihood of some conflict in terms of the submission of programs. Now, MLAs must be able to know that, okay, if this particular fund is coming from this source of fund, which is budgeted and which is funded by the government from the public exchequer, then we can appropriately design our program and support our schemes accordingly. But sometimes we see that the program which the MLS out of whatever fund is available, when we want to implement, some funds are actually already provided from different programs. So there is lack of this integration of information made available to the MLS. Now, I can see many of the schemes which were supported under this fund. But how it is being done is very important. Is it being weaponized to only get political mileage? To look at, selective beneficiaries? And how the process of implementation is being carried out? Whether the programs, when implemented, the beneficiaries who are assigned with the responsibility of implementation, how are the beneficiaries selected? We know that the beneficiaries selection is more or less based on the felt need, but at the same time, it will be only important for the House to know the manner of implementation and the manner of selection of these programs, and all the beneficiaries who have so far benefited with the respective names of the scheme, and to give a clarity on whether the Office of the Chief Minister has informed the MLS to, as it was practiced earlier, to submit programs to be supported under this program. So with this brief submission, I hope I will have a complete clarity in as far as this particular demand for supplementary grant is concerned. And at the same time, over and above these 15 crores, which is proposed for this particular CMS DR, what is the total amount that was supported under the normal budgetary exercise? Because this is over and above whatever was already made available for this program. So what is the total projected outgo in as far as this program is concerned? what was the total amount which was originally voted by the House, and the need for this additional amount, including the information that I have sought for. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I move this cut motion.
Any members would like to participate? Yes, Barbara Starwell. Barbara, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to support the court motion moved by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Dr. Mukul Sangma. I am also very much eager to know, as far as the CMSDF is concerned, as have been rightly pointed out by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Earlier it was divided into the rural and urban, but presently it was clubbed under one name, that is the CMSDF. And if we go through the guidelines of the CMSDF, funds are identified by, as per the guidelines, funds are identified by local MLAs, approved by the Chief Minister and released by the Deputy Commissioners. And I'm surprised where personally I've seen that the Chief Minister, every now and then, he was there in my constituency, distributing funds from the CMSDF, the public money, and personally, as I'm aware that this particular scheme is there, I've sent proposals to the CM office 3 times. One is in the year for the year 2023-24. The second one is for the year 24-25, and the third one is for the year 25-26, which I have sent on the 8th of July 2025, which again I sent a reminder to the CM office on the 18th of November 2025. And surprisingly, till date, I have not received any communication from the Chief Minister as far as the proposal which was sent by me. But surprisingly, I have seen that anyone, any organization from my community, I don't know whether they are close to the Chief Minister or whether they are close to his party, where they get whatever they ask. But me as a local representative, which as per the guidelines, I have some part in sending the proposal, but then till date, I have not received the approval from this particular scheme. So, as has been rightly pointed out by the Leader of the Opposition, I would also like to know how this fund has been used and who are these beneficiaries, whether it is in my constituency or in other constituency. So, with these few submission, I would like to resume my seat.
Any members to participate? No. Now I will now call the Chief Minister to reply, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir, at the very outset, I would like to thank the Honorable Leader of Opposition for moving this cut motion, and also the Honorable Member from Meghalaya for participating in the motion. So there were specific concerns that were raised by both the mover as well as the Honorable MLA who participated. I will specifically go and address those issues that they have raised. So first of all, the Chief Minister's Special Development Fund was a program that was there from before, even before I joined office. And as correctly mentioned, that at that point there was a Chief Minister's Special Urban Development Fund and a Chief Minister's Rural Development Fund. So the earlier guidelines required the schemes even after the Assembly had approved the budget, would require the schemes to be sent separately to the Urban Affairs Department, separately to the Rural Affairs Department, Rural Department, CNRE Department, and a few other administrative steps and departments before it could finally be approved. And these guidelines, of course, were made before we took office. So the result of segregating and requiring it to be sent to different departments and also dividing it into multiple departments led to delay in the actual approval and implementation of the projects. I don't have the exact number with me right now because it was about almost 8 years back. But when I had taken office in 2018, I was informed that there is a large amount of unused funds under the CMS-DF or the CMS-UDF and CMS-RDF at that point in time. And obviously then it was money that was unutilized. And therefore, there was an option for me to immediately sanction a large amount of projects. But the concern was not that there was a lot of unutilized fund. The question was, why was it there? And how come it was not implemented in a time-bound manner? And after doing a deep research and study into the actual proceedings, we realized that the number of steps or the number of processes, the number of tables, individuals, officials that the project had to go through just to process it would sometimes delay, depending on case-to-case basis, the sanctioning and approval of that particular project by even up to 1 year. And that is when I was inclined towards restructuring this entire scheme for the larger benefit of the public, so that we are able to utilize the projects on time, the money on time. The sanctioning process would be fast. And today, sir, I'm happy to inform you that we have streamlined the process where once this August House approves the budget, it is not required anymore to be sent to different nodal departments or different departments or line departments, where urban or rural or other planning, finance, so on and so forth. And the CM Secretariat is then authorized based on, of course, the budget allocation and provision and approval of the House. We ensure that now, once a proposal comes in, it is processed at the earliest. So that is the reason why we amalgamated urban and rural. We felt, number one, that it would streamline the process. Number two, we also felt that we should not segregate in that manner. We should try to look at Meghalaya as one state. And there are multiple ways in which the programs can be implemented and different development schemes can be given. So therefore, this particular scheme can be used as a scheme wherever there's a gap that is there, and wherever the applicants apply, wherever individuals, organizations, NGOs, Rangbashnongs, village communities, or MLAs, as they apply, that we will have the flexibility to sanction the schemes. So it is with that intention that we had amalgamated, And as I said, the sole purpose at that point in time was to ensure that the project was sanctioned at the earliest, at the same time, funds were released at the earliest. So that's number one. Number two, sir, just to share with the House, that in 2025-26, we had a sanction of 50 crores under the CMSDF. And this 50 crores, as I said, has been utilized. And hence we are coming to the House again for a supplementary budget so that we are able to take up more projects under the CMSDF scheme, sir. So regarding the detailed breakup of urban versus rural, that data is not with me at this moment because, as I mentioned, sir, we have amalgamated urban and rural. But I have the district-wise breakup. In East Khasi Hills, we sanctioned 12.88 crores. In West Khasi Hills, 1.94 crores. In East Garo Hills, 3.76 crores. In Ribhoy, 3.9 crores. In Southwest Garo Hills, 5.1 crores. In East Jaintia Hills, 2.1 crores. In West Garo Hills, 13.6 crores. In Eastern West Khasi Hills, 1.52 crores. In North Garo Hills, 3.57 crores. And I'll be happy to lay the information on the table of the House. And as members have requested that they want all the details, so we have no problem. This is obviously public information, and we'll be happy to provide that information to the honorable members. So regarding the guidelines on how these projects are selected, so it is very clearly mentioned in the guidelines that it is identified and proposed by, as correctly mentioned, MLAs. But then it doesn't stop there, sir. MLAs are one component. Then village communities, NGOs/associations. So today, any individual, any organization, as per these guidelines, can approach the Chief Minister's Secretariat directly, sir. It's a very flexible way to provide access to the Chief Minister's Secretariat directly, sir. I understand the concerns of the honorable MLAs when they say that information and schemes should come through them. But sir, in a larger democratic setup, where people, not necessarily everybody comes through MLAs, but the need and requirement is there. There could be differences at the constituency level, which is natural, sir. And hence we wanted this scheme to be as open and as broad as possible. Sir, the MLAs from the opposition will be happy to know, I should say, and I'm sure all the MLAs in the ruling side will tell them that there are many schemes I give to organizations in their constituency without informing them, sir. Many. And I do it purely because I go with the need of that organization. I don't look at any political affiliation, sir. I never ask them, did you work for us? Did you vote for us? I don't, sir. And many will certify that point, sir. I have never asked any individual that which party you belong to. I never tell that, oh, you have to come through my party people or my organization. No, sir. In fact, you must be seeing, sir, in many CM Connect programs I go, I immediately there and then, as soon as the person comes and says, our school needs repair, I don't even have time to find out whether that person is my supporter or not my supporter or not my party. I sanction it there and then. I say, this is done. I will give from CMSDF, I will give you this much amount for your school building. And that is how we are able to make sure that we are able to make the difference that we are here to make, sir. To be able to make a difference in their lives and improve the overall condition. And I can tell you, sir, that if you were to ask any recipient of the CMSDF scheme, any of the honorable MLAs who are here, sir, they will all tell you that, and again, sir, I don't have facts and figures and details of all the schemes to be able to compare it and really certify it fully. But I can very confidently say that the CMSDF scheme today is maybe one of the most widely spread schemes, in the whole state, in the form government programs. One of the most widely spread. It has gone to almost every nook and corner of the state. And as I said, we do it with pure passion. We do it with pure, with a pure heart, sir. We don't negotiate with people when it comes to this. Because we feel that this is one scheme and this is one moment where we can really make the difference for the people, sir. And therefore, that's the only guiding factor and principle for me, is to see what the people need. And the scheme helps us to achieve that particular goal, sir. So regarding the fact that different organizations and different people are getting schemes and organizations are getting schemes, sir, I'm sorry, I'm not here to compare or to say anything negative about anybody. But sir, as an MLA, I'll be happy if my constituency people get schemes, no matter who they are. I've always believed that once you're an MLA, you're not an MLA of a political party. You're an MLA of a constituency. And if your constituency people are getting schemes from wherever, I think any MLA will be happy, sir. So therefore, we don't look at it from any negative point of view, but we ensure that wherever is required, wherever the applications are coming in, so we submit and we clear the programs, sir. We clear the schemes, sir. So second, I also want to share, Honorable LO was mentioning that the notification or the letter or some kind of a letter was sent informing them about these schemes, sir. Sir, maybe in the first year or 2 years it was done because it was a new scheme. But now it's a continuing scheme. So today, for roads or even for SRWP, sir, it's a natural process where MLAs apply. So therefore, sir, it is very difficult for us to write to every MLA then that please apply. So let me just share the guidelines out here so that everybody is clear as to how this works. That the CMSDF shall have two categories, MLA category and NGO category. Each MLA shall be eligible for projects up to 10 lakhs. So the ceiling is 10 lakhs, sir, up to 10 lakhs in a financial year. Sir, it does not say in any way that it has to be given the 10 lakhs. But whatever projects come in, up to 10 lakhs is the ceiling that we can give, or I can give, or the CM Secretariat can give under the CMSDF MLA category, sir. So therefore, it is not a mandated thing where every MLA were to write and say, please give us schemes of 10 lakhs. MLAs apply, they are aware about this scheme, and based on that, we are giving, sir. So regarding schemes of the Honorable MLA from Meghalaya, he has mentioned that he's written. Sir, I'll be very clear on this. We have no intention of stopping anybody's scheme. Honorable MLA from Nongkrem will be there to support that even schemes in his areas, as and when he has written to me, I have given. Whichever MLA has written to me, I have given. For whatever reason, sir, the Honorable MLA's projects may not have been sanctioned. I'll have to check on this, but I am quite surprised that it's not. But definitely, sir, I will definitely look into it. I do remember I have seen some letter regarding one bus that came in about I think about 3 months back. Project, whereas the MLAs have, there is no kind of limit for them to submit schemes, and they can submit under NGO category, and they can be the ones bringing the people to me. I have no problem, sir, and many of them do that. And as I said, against the many I give directly also, because NGOs come directly to me, organizations come almost in every constituency. And I get this complaint from them also, sir. It's not just our opposition. They also tell me, sir, we didn't know that you gave this scheme to so-and-so organization. And sir, if I recall, you have also times where I was giving some programs in your scheme, in your constituency also, where some organizations, NGOs, they applied, and I felt that it was a genuine case, and I gave. And we had a conversation also, sir, and you told me that it's okay, that thing. But as LO has said that you told me, just inform me about it. So it was a similar suggestion you had given also. So therefore, sir, that is one point that we feel that the need of the constituency can be very much taken up through the current provisions that are there in the rules of the CMSDF. And regarding the information, sir, so giving every copy may be a kind of a larger task, but definitely a combined information about the list of the projects in maybe a table format can be supplied and informed to the thing. It's again public information. There is no problem, sir. It can be shared. And definitely, sir, I'll examine on what is the best way that we can do it, whether it's project-to-project basis or whether it is a combined list of all the projects that have been sanctioned within a particular block or particular district or particular constituency. We will just look at the administrative exercise that will be required for the CM Secretariat to do in order for us to achieve this. But well taken suggestion, sir, that for the knowledge of the elected members, we can share the information. That aspect we can definitely examine, sir.
So now may I know the mind of the mover as to whether he will withdraw his cut motion?
Mr. Speaker, sir, we are talking about money from public exchequer. It is not money, nor anybody who is the member of this August House is the owner of this money. The people are the owner of the money. Now, therefore, the check and balances are very important. The CM Secretariat does not have the wherewithal in the allocation of fund under these. Yes, there are NGO categories, but then it is only important to know as to how much is the space that is available for the honorable members, lest we waste our time. So with these few suggestions and submission, I beg the leave of the House to withdraw the cut motion, hoping that all these concerns from the stringent perspective of fiscal discipline is taken note of and implemented while implementing this program.
Now, since the mover has withdrawn his cut motion, now let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 6 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. And thus, grant number 2, I'm sorry, the grant number 2 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye.
Aye.
And those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, and the grant number 2 is passed. Now, before I take the next grant, I would like to inform the House that that the supplementary demand for grants shall be taken up till 2 p.m. today, as we have to pass the government bill and the general discussion on the budget, for which the time shall also be extended accordingly. Now we will now take up grant number 3. Sri Brening A. Sangma, Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that an additional amount of 72 lakh 83,746 be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st March 2026 for the administration of the Heads 2039 State Excise.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 3 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 3 is passed. We will now take up grant number 4. Deputy CM to move, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir. On the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that an additional amount of rupees 48 crore 51 lakhs 50,151 be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges, which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2026 for the administrations of the Head 2041, taxes on vehicle 2070, other administrative services 2552, northeastern areas 3055 road transport and 4552 capital outlay on northeastern areas, 5053 capital outlay on civil aviation and 5055 capital outlay on road transport and 7055 loan for road transport.
Motion moved. Now there is one cut motion against this grant tabled by Dr. Mukul Sangma, Leader of the Opposition. You may kindly move.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I beg to move that the total provision of rupees 48 crores 51 lakhs 50,153 in the supplementary demand number 4, head of account 2041, taxes on vehicles 2070, other administrative services 5053, capital outlay on civil aviation at page 6 to 8 of the list of supplementary demand be reduced by rupees 100. That is the amount of the whole supplementary demand of rupees 48 crores 51 lakh 50,153 do stand reduced by rupees 100.
Motion moved. Now you may initiate discussion.
Mr. Chairman, sir, here again would like to be very specific and brief on these areas of concern related to this additional amount of fund which is being moved through this supplementary demand by the Deputy CM in charge of the concerned departments. Now here the issue of loan of HUTCO Limited and the projects taken up and the liability, the total liability, the pending liability with the burden of both repayment of principal and interest thereof will be somehow a concern of the August House. Therefore, would like to have a clarity on this, number one. And at the same time, the total quantum of loan under, rather loan from HUTCO so far by the concerned department and the status of repayment in terms of both principal and interest and the projects which are taken up under this particular HUTCO loan and the status of these projects from the both physical and financial progress, and at the same time the desired outcome of the program in as far as the objective of these programs which is funded by this loan, by loan from HUTCO is concerned. Then the issue of this appointment of consultancy, I would like to submit before this August House that there are a number of sources of fund. I was referring to MITP just in the preceding submission that I made during I think that was during the motion. Now this MITP, Meghalaya Integrated Transport Project, provides rather a very broad spectrum of opportunities for similar kind of consultancy in as far as transport, not just transport sector in terms of the road, but also in terms of, the comprehensive concept of efficient transport system, including public transport system, including the kind of support that is required to be extended, and fund is available there. Therefore, it will be in the fitness of things for the August House to know about this particular consultancy, why it was felt needed, and whether there is another separate consultancy which was also assigned to similar exercise, which I'm sure, yes, under the MITP it has been done. Number of consultancies have been actually engaged and money spent. And here, the total amount, because here the amount is additional amount. So what is the total amount in as far as this, the proposed cost of expenditure for the consultancy services for this so-called economic growth vision of Meghalaya in respect of Transport Department for the month of September 2025 to February 2026. So clarity on the quantum of money that has been projected to be spent and the need for this in view of the fact which I have just narrated preceding to this, and at the same time, since payment schedule is also reflected, where is the explanatory notes indicate that all bills certified or payment and are ready for disbursement during the current year. That means it is obvious that the whole work, as far as the work assigned to the consultant, has been already completed. Therefore, to give us complete knowledge and clarity on the outcome of this consultancy service, the whole report of this consultancy services be also made available to this August House. And as I've said, to give that clarification as to why it was required. Then another one is on the fund that is projected for the land for Shillong Airport, rather Umroi, Shillong Airport. Here, there has been a number of times, Mr. Chairman, sir, you will yourself recollect when you were the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, how a collective endeavor has been made to ensure that this particular airport is capable of allowing landing of bigger aircraft. And subsequent to that, all the due diligence, in fact, even Honorable, the judiciary also did intervene in as far as this expansion and upgradation of this airport is concerned, keeping in mind the importance of this airport. But I am quite tempted to have this question, because after land acquisition, what is the exact total area of land that is required? And how much has been already made available? I would like to refresh our memory, because during that time, our honorable member from Fulbari, who was also minister in charge of transport then, took, rather, the department took collective measures, and the minister in charge at that point of time took personal responsibility of engaging with all those project affected people who were in the village, whose land were required to be acquired for the expansion. And we had a program. I attended that program when the whole land which was already acquired was handed over to Airport Authority of India. And subsequent to that, whatever land swapping was required in order to enable the defense to provide that parcel of land which belonged to defense also was done. And in fact, a huge amount of money was actually spent by the government in order to have that another land acquisition of land which was required to be provided to the defense as in the land swapping exercise. So number of measures have taken place. But this land acquisition process doesn't seem to end. Therefore, this particular space through this court motion provides an opportunity for this August House to know the series of land acquisition that has taken place for this particular expansion of this Shillong-Umrah Airport and the areas at every stage along with the amount of money that was spent. So with these few submissions, Mr. Chairman, sir, I hope that the House will have a complete information as required. I have been in a nutshell, I had tried to really flag these concerns. I don't think I need to be very elaborative because the questions are very specific. And I expect that we will get all the necessary informations. With these few words, I move this cut motion.
Any other member would like to participate? Now I will call upon Deputy CM in charge, Transport, to reply, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, at the very outset, I would like to thank the honorable members, LO, Dr. Mukul Sama, for raising this very, very important court motion regarding the one is about the loan of Woodco Limited and projects taken upon liabilities, and about two is expenditure related to the consultancy services with outcome thereof, and LA process for the land for Shillong Airport. Mr. Chairman, sir, I appreciate the concerns of the honorable member regarding these issues raised by him, and thanks him for the same. Sir, I take this opportunity to present a clear and factual explanation on the issues raised. Sir, with respect to the matter related to the loan available from HOTCO Limited, I would like to inform this August House that the land belonging to Meghalaya Transport Corporation's MTC at Kandailat, which previously housed the MTC depot and the MTC bus stand, was identified for the developments of the Shillong Business Tourism and Cultural Center in collaborations with the Shillong Smart City projects in the year 2021. And the total area of the MTC land measured approximately 1.76 acre. And the objective of the proposed development is to optimally utilize this high-value land, which was situated in the commercial hubs of the city, and by establishing offices spaces and conference facilities, restaurants, commercial establishments, and other related amenities. Sir, accordingly, the government approved the projects at the estimated cost of 216 crore.347 crore, out of which 154 crore 2.3 crores, 154.213 crore was the loan out component from HOTCO, and which was 45 crore was to be contributed by the Shillong Smart City projects, and rupees 17.13 crore was committed as the state government share. The project is being executed by the Departments of Urban Affairs through the Meghalaya Urban Development Authority, MUDA. And I would like to mention that against the sanctioned loan of 154 crore.213 crore, only an amount of rupees 115.66 crore has been finalized as the loan amount for the projects, and with the remaining requirements being met from the state government funds. The government of Meghalaya has stood as a grantor for the loans available from HOTCO. Mr. Chairman, sir, a quadripartite agreement was executed among the governments of Meghalaya and the Meghalaya Transport Corporation MTC and the Meghalaya Urban Development Authority MUDA and the Shillong Smart City Limited for developments of the projects. And the Transport Department is reimbursing the loan amount to MUDA through the Meghalaya Transport Corporation's MTC. So the notice inviting e-tender for the project was published on 9 July 2021. And a total 3 firms bidders participate in tendering process, and the state level expert tender committee approved the award of the contract to the lowest bidder, L1s, at an amount of rupees 211.87 crore, including 12% GST, which is at par with the estimate.
Can you repeat?
So the work was allotted at 211 crore, 0.87, which was the lowest. The repayments of the loans commence on the month of May 2022, and there has been no default in loan repayment till date. As of November 2025, the balance outstanding liabilities remaining towards the loan is rupees 108 crore 58 lakh 955 rupees, and the loan is to be repaid over a 12 years tenure and expected to be fully closed by the year 2036. The overall physical progress of the project is at around 86% presently, and the project is expected to be completed by June 2026. And the structural work for both the wings of the building have been completed, and remaining work on the bridges is in progress. The finishing work in both the wings is in full progress. And the overall financial progress of the project is around 85%, and payment of rupees 198 crore 52 lakhs 34,800 with deduction of GST, TDS, security deposit, labors accordingly. So the complex has a total built-up area of 19,057.68 square meter and consists of 2 wings, the east wings and the west wing, with 6 floors each. The ground floor provides parking for 196 vehicles over 720 square meter, and the site include 3,756.1 square meter of open spaces. Upon commissioning of the center, the facilities will be formally transferred to the Meghalaya Transport Corporation, MTC, for operations and management. The process for allocation of space to the government departments and agencies has already commenced, and it is planned to rent out the east wing of the center at the prevailing government rate to these agencies, and for the remaining spaces of the buildings, MTC will undertake a transparent and a competitive tendering process for allocations. Mr. Chairman, sir, and sir, I would like to make my submission regarding the expenditure on the consultancy. Actually, this consultancy has been empaneled by the planning department, MITP, and we are just on board them. And services with the transport department. The department has undertaken these services in response to a clearly defined strategic requirements of the state in context of the complexity of the ongoing transport reforms, covering a wide range of areas such as operational planning, policy, design, infrastructure developments, and multi-stakeholder coordination necessitating continuous access to specialized expertise. Sir, a significant portion of this expertise relates to advancing the state aviation and air connectivity vision, which envisages expansion of Shillong Airport and operationalization of Baljak Airport similarly, and for the heliports in Shillong and Tura. And the consultancy team has focused on coordinating with the various agencies involved, supporting projects monitoring and ensuring that implementation activities progress in accordance with the plan schedule and procedural requirement. Simultaneously, the consultant have supported the department in formulating the policy and regulating architectures with respect to Meghalaya's vehicle scrapping policy 2025 and Meghalaya Motor Caps and Meghalaya Motorcycle Rental Rules 2025 and Chief Minister Regional Transport Scheme 2025 Extra. The consultancy engagement is structured over a 24-month period from 1st March 2024 to 28 February 2026, with 3 consultants deployed full-time to support the transport sector reforms. This duration was determined based on the scales of plans, interventions, and the need for sustained advisories and project management support. And the total approved contract value for the 24-month period is 303,77,363, 3 crores, 3,77,363, with the payment released monthly against invoice and progress report submitted by the consulting firm. Mr. Chairman, sir, I would like to highlight about the airports, Umrah Airport. Sir, now I would like to dwell upon the matter related to expansion of Shillong Airport. As the honorable member are aware, Shillong Airport at Umrah is currently the only operational airport in Meghalaya. However, it is existing runway length of is 1,829 meters, restrict operations of ATR 72 type aircraft. And in view of the growing tourist inflow and state development objective, the government of Meghalaya, in partnership with the Airport Authority of India, has prepared a master plan for expanding the airport to facilitate operations of a narrow-body aircraft. As per the master plan submitted by the Airport Authority of India, the runway is proposed to be extended by another 571 meters on the RWY04 site, increasing the total length to 2,400 meters to enable the unidirectional operations with landing from RWY22 and takeoff from RWY04. Sir, the airport expansion required an additional amount of total 22 acres of lands, comprising 6 acres for the isolation bay and 16 acres for the runway and safety area RESA on the RWY04 site. And of the total land of requirement, 11.75 acres falls under privately owned land, while 10.30 acres are under the ownership of the Defense Authority. Sir, for the direct purchase of 11.7 acres of private land for the expansion of the Shillong Airport, the total estimate cost for the acquisition of land, including compensations for tree crops and building through direct purchase process, is 72 crores 17 lakh 56,237 has been completed. And the Deputy Commissioner Ribhoy has completed the land acquisition process of this private land and has formally handed over the land to the Transport Department on 28 January 2026. And the transfer of
couldn't get the figure, that figure of the amount.
72 crore 17 lakh 56,237, sir. And the Deputy Commissioner of Ribhoy District has completed the land acquisition process of this private land and has formally handed over the land to the Transport Department on 28 January 2026. And the transfer of this parcel of land to the Airport Authority of India is in progress, almost completed. And regarding the remaining 10.3 acres of defense lands are required for the expansion of the Shillong Airport, the Ministry of Defense, Government of India, on 17 April 2025, has accorded sanction for granting us the advance working permission to the Government of Meghalaya. And our 10.30 acres of defense land at Umroi Military Station, subject to the transfer of equal value of land, rightly stressed by the Honorable LO, and in consultation with the Defense Authority, the Deputy Commissioner Ribhoy has identified suitable of 7.7255 acre plot of private land at Umroi Marten village, adjacent to the existing defense land, for exchange based on comparative valuation statement. The total estimated cost for the acquisition of land, including compensation for 3 crops and building 2 direct purchase process, is rupees 23 crore 55 lakhs 68,138, sir, has been completed. And even MOU with the defense is yet to be signed within this financial year. So the expansion of the Shillong Airport is of strategic importance and to Meghalaya, and it is rightly said and mentioned by Honorable Law, is very, very important. It will be a game changer for the state of Meghalaya. So, Mr. Chairman, sir, so therefore, I am trying to clarify about this, the provisions made under the demands on number 4. So maybe all the suggestions and point noted by the Honorable LO, may I try to touch all this? Maybe I miss here and there, so all the point is noted by me. So maybe with these few clarifications and clarifications, Mr. Chairman, sir, so I request the Honorable LO, the Honorable Member, to kindly withdraw the court motion so that we will be able to pass this supplemental demand number 4.
In view of the reply of the Deputy CM in charge, Transport, may I know the mind of the mover as to whether he will withdraw the
Mr. Chairman, sir, I would like to thank the Deputy CM in charge of the department for, to a great extent, giving the clarity on the proposed demand for supplementary demand, which is over and above whatever was provided under the budgetary provision. Now here, in course of his reply, I looked at for the project taken up under the with the loan from HUDCO, that's specific to only one program, as we can understand from the reply. But from the tendering process, again, from the reply, it is again reflective of the fact that there was quite a substantial escalation from the original estimated value at the time of tendering process. The L1 actually was above the. So this is one trend which is again being seen in almost all the departments. So it's a matter of concern. Now, if we go by the total built-up area, E, as reflected in the reply, is 19,000 square meter. 19,000 square meter. Now, this 19,000 square meter, which SOR has been applied in respect of this particular program, because even if it is, as a rule of thumb, per square feet, the cost of the construction is, I don't know whether it should be 5,000 or 6,000, even if it comes to 10,000 per square feet, then it will be still at around 190 crore. So there is a necessity for this August House to have a clarity on the justification of this huge escalation, and which was agreed upon as per the while the tendering process was taken into consideration before award of the contract. And at the same time, in relation to the airport, I think we wanted to know the total land, the parcel of land which have been acquired over the years, and what is the total amount, area of land after the completion of this additional acquisition of 11 acre plus 10.3 defense land which is required for this. So total, I think it will be good to know, so that in future if there is any need for any expansion, we will be able to justify why it is needed. So may I get these clarifications before I make my mind known? Deputy CM.
Mr. Chairman, sir. Sir, the tender was at L1, sir, and it was at par. There is no escalation, sir. It's very much within the estimates. And yes, maybe about the detailed estimate about what is the rate per square feet, per meter, sir. actually detailed information is not with me, so I can furnish it to the honorable member. And about the airports, so just like I have mentioned, the total area of land is 22 acre fully. So it's two part. One is 6 acre, and the other one is 11.7 acre, just like I mentioned in the reply, and the other one is 7.7 acre. So exactly the total area with existing one and the present one is not exact with me, sir. So I'll get it information also furnish it to the honorable member. So that is the status as of now. So hopefully now even the tendering process for the expansion of the runway is already in process. It seems yet to be finalized by the Airport Authority of India. And that's why, sir, I think even now as per this, not official, it's unofficial. So even the work for the expansion of the airport also is yet to be allowed in a very short by the Airport Authority of India so that they can start the work. So this is the present status as of now, Mr. Chairman, sir.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I have also asked the SOR, which SOR was actually used, whether it is the state's SOR or whichever SOR CIDL operates.
Mr. Speaker, so I'm just presuming 2021-22, but not sure. Even this, so I'll furnish it to the honorable member, sir, because yes, I cannot give wrongly reply. So maybe I think that the projects was sanctioned in the year 2021. So the actual SOR I'm yet to know. So I'll furnish the detail to the honorable member.
Mr. Chairman, sir, keeping in mind the kind of importance of this very important project and the necessity of this August House to have all the necessary informations pertaining to spending of such a substantial amount of money for the desired objective to be achieved, I think it will be in the fitness of things that the Honorable Deputy CM provides all other necessary informations as reflected in his course of reply, since everything is not available, so the rule can apply and the information can be made available to the August House. And with this hope, I would like to make my mind abundantly clear that I would like to withdraw. I would like to take the leave, seek the leave of the House to withdraw the cut motion.
Since the mover has withdrawn his cut motion, now let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 6 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 4 is passed. We will now take up grant number 5. Shri Metba Lingdor, Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg to move that an additional amount of 205 crore 10,589 be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st March 2026 for the administration of the Heads 2045, other taxes and duties on commodities and services, 2501 special programs for rural development, 2552 northeastern areas, 2801 power, 2810 new and renewable energy, 4552 capital outlay on northeastern areas, 4801 capital outlay on power projects, 4810 capital outlay on new and renewable energy, 6801 loans for power projects.
Motion moved. Now, since there is one cut motion against this grant tabled by Dr. Mukul Sama, LO, you may kindly move.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I beg to move that the total provision of rupees 205 crore 10,589, supplementary demand number 5, with a head of account 2801 power, 4801 capital outlay on power projects, etc., at page 9 of the list of supplementary demand be reduced by rupees 100. That is, the amount of the whole supplementary demand of 205 crore 10,589 to stand, reduced by rupees 100.
Motion moved. Now you may initiate discussion.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I would like to be very brief and be specific, because the purpose of this supplementary demand is already reflected in the explanatory notes. All this whole amount is required as an additional support to enable the MECL to take over the loss under UDAY scheme for operational and financial turnaround of power distribution companies. Now, this particular demand obviously is guided by the objective. So therefore, in a nutshell, I would like to just make a submission to get all the necessary clarifications pertaining to the objective of this UDAY scheme. How far has we been able to achieve the outcomes, number one, in order to achieve the indicated objective, which are guided by the scheme itself. The overall quantum of this loan, because under the program, certain percentage of the whole debt has to be taken over by the state. Now, how far has the state government supported in terms of fulfilling the objective of this program since the time of implementation of this program, since this whole program was embarked upon till date? And the desired outcome, whether it is satisfactory or not yet, because the targeted outcomes are already enshrined in the guideline, which I don't want to elaborate in order to save as much time as possible. And the burden thereof on the state, because the DISCOMs are expected to create a turnaround and deliver efficiency in terms of ensuring that they no longer remain inefficient to have that kind of aggregate commercial and technical losses, including the both distribution and transmission losses, and the efficiency thereof, which are again required to be comprehensive from the realization of tariff, etc., so that the losses of the DISCOM, because these losses of the DISCOM and all other entities under power department are considered and they are aggregated in terms of the amount which is passed on as a part of the overhead expenditure of the entity, which will be again taken into consideration at the time of the DISCOM filing for a revised petition for tariff, revised tariff petition. So the cascading effect, the sequelae of effects of any inefficiency, despite the support, is passed on to the consumer. And the brunt is borne by all of us. That is the reason why the outcome has to be at least required to be quantified as to whether we are being able to achieve that kind of objective. So I think in a very nutshell, the House may be given this necessary enlightenment, so that as we agree to allow such a huge amount of money to be spent for the purpose of implementing the scheme and to expect the desired end result and outcome, we are convinced that yes, we are on the right track. And the concerned entity is doing its job in the right earnest after getting such a huge infusion of support from the public exchequer. It's not a simple thing. If we look at the quantum of infusion of fund that has been extended to MECL over the years, in the recent years, and if the turnaround which is expected to be achieved does not happen, then as I have said, the burden will continue to be passed on to the consumers because the revised tariff petition will take into consideration all these losses and other overhead expenditure, and at the same time, the responsibility of the government to extend that kind of support, to rather shoulder the whole burden of the resultant loss of the distribution, which is to a great extent because of the inefficiency of the distribution company. So the inefficiency of the distribution company should not be allowed to go on once this support is extended from the scarce resources which is available under the consolidated fund of the state. So from the public exchequer, that much of money is going on. Then another point I would like to refer to in terms of the overall, because if we look at the transmission and distribution loss and compare with the aggregate technical and commercial loss, there's a huge gap. The distribution loss on the distribution and transmission has been to a great extent brought down because we have upgraded our transmission network, also distribution network, but the gap between the losses is quite huge because of the lack of efficiency which is reflected by the figure in as far as the aggregate technical and commercial losses, AT&C losses. So this itself shows that the distribution company's inefficiency, in spite of getting so much of support from the government. Now, what are the ways and means being put into place to pull up the concerned entities, having given so much of support? That is one part. And another thing is, now, realization of the tariff from the consumers. There is a need to improve this whole mechanism of tariff realization. In fact, I had to speak to the CMD to invoke the relevant provision of the Electricity Act 2003, where the relevant section says that if the distribution company have not served, the bill for the energy consumed consecutively for more than 2 years, then the distribution company cannot actually ask for any more payment. It's a very dangerous provision in the section. So therefore, for the kind of inefficiency which I cannot comprehend why it exists, even though this relevant section is there, even for 2 years, some of the villages have not been served the bill. After the whole process, before charging the electricity to connect the village, whose fault it is? Why shouldn't they be pulled up? Why will the state keep on bleeding for the inefficiency and negligence of these people? Therefore, accountability is crucial. Now, there is one part. So I would like to take a categorical assurance before we agree to such a huge support to be extended to MECL, to the distribution entity. Then another part where our experiences through whatever pilot project we attempted to, as per the mandate of the Electricity Act 2003, the franchisee model. Now, the franchisee model, now this franchise, the relevant provision under Electricity Act 2003, which provide the franchisee model, is being used in a manner which goes against the interests of the people of the state. Yes, it goes against the people of the state, Mr. Chairman, sir. Why I'm saying this is because we have taken advantage of this mandate of the law in as far as that section, relevant subsection and section giving the MECL distribution company the space to appoint franchisee. Consumers are allowed to come together, and on behalf of the consumers, the franchisee is given. A very successful model is pertaining to West Khasis, Nongstoin. Please go back to the record. Our own people who represent the consumers, they were given the franchisee model. And that has withstood the test of time. It was one of the best successful franchisee model that existed. But what happened? Unfortunately, the people who were appointed as the franchisee by the distribution company, I was informed subsequently that they have discontinued. I wanted to know I wanted to know, after a reasonable period of time, almost after 1 year, I was surprised that they have discontinued. Whereas that model was considered as one of the most successful model in the state after we embark upon this provision to really leverage upon. Then they told us that earlier the kind of margin of profit, no one will be able to do it because they have to employ people. It generates local employment from the local neighborhood, from amongst the consumers. So what a wonderful provision that Electricity Act 2003 have provided. But what they said was that earlier, the amount which was agreed upon was 15% of the total tariff realization will be passed on to the franchisee. This was reduced to 10% when it became not viable for the franchisee. They gave up. But subsequently, the DISCOM should have actually again engaged and then looked at, okay, if they are not agreeing for 10%, why is it? Where is your efficiency? The loss is more than 15%, 28%, 30% in terms of total aggregate and commercial losses. So therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, the appointment of franchisee model by embarking upon this whole strategy that has been adopted lately by the DISCOM must be done away. All these companies from outside, with no sense of accountability and responsibility, no allegiance or loyalty to the interests of our people, it is an indirect entry for other business houses to enter the state, slowly replace and replace. We have a serious problem in the Western, in respect of the plain belts of West Garo Hills. There is a serious problem. The franchisee model, which is presently in operation, is actually creating lots of frustration and anger with our consumers. I would like to therefore urge upon the government to relook at this. There is already a successful model which we have tried earlier, because the consumers can form into a cooperative society or whatever, they can themselves be a franchisee. Provision of the various provisions under the Electricity Act 2003 is so broad and so inclusive, and they are effectively designed. Therefore, I would like to urge the government to look at this, and we will engage. We will be willing to cooperate and support the DISCOM and the authorities to, engage with the consumers, help them, handhold them to again successfully partner with the DISCOM as franchises. I think that is one of the best model which will enable us to bring down that loss at the terminal part of our distribution of power and realization of the tariff. So may I therefore, with this brief submission, because I have been very specific, and my submission is that I want, a productive, action-oriented response based on this submission, based on this information that I have shared before this August House. So may I therefore, with this brief submission, expect the Honorable Minister in charge to take cognizance of this concern and see that these suggestions that I have given in regard to also the franchisee model, which should invariably involve the local consumers in different formats. It's available. It is completely elaborately reflected in the law itself. So with this few submission, I would like to get a positive response from the Honorable Minister in charge. And with this brief submission, I wait for the positive response.
Any other member? Yes, Marten.
Thank you, Chairman, sir, for allowing me to participate on this court mission that raised by Honorable Member Dr. Mukul Sangma, our LO. Chairman, sir, I am happy that I get this opportunity to discuss about the importance of this department, of power department. And, I'm happy when I come to know that this department went to our Honorable Minister, who is one among the senior members of this August House,
and I hope you are also happy for one reason, that he is our president. Sir, we know the fact that this department is so important and it deals directly with the basic needs of the people to each and every house. And we have to accept the fact also that we are still facing problem. We know there are so many transformers who get burned, who get broken, and went out of order. In my constituency alone, not less than 10, 20 transformers, I think, in a year, that this transformer went out of order. But I must express my sincere thanks to the prompt action of the department to replace or to repair these transformers on time. Before we experienced such this kind of problem that it's lingering for many months, but this time I'm very happy to express in this House that we get prompt action to replace or to repair the transformers. Sir, we are blessed by the nature in terms of having so many rivers in different parts of the state of Meghalaya. And I expect that one day Meghalaya, I wish to see one day Meghalaya as a power surplus state. I want to see Meghalaya as a power surplus state by utilizing the resources that the nature has given us. We have so many rivers that are flowing, untapped, unutilized, and the water went to Bangladesh without our intervention, without our utilization. Chairman, sir, I want to submit my humble suggestion to the department, to the government as a whole. If we can take this seriously from the government, yes, we have seen the fund that has been earmarked, the allocation of budget that has been earmarked to this department, it's good. But if we can do more to focus on the hydropower project in the state of Meghalaya. You know, when we generate power, yes, we'll be getting power out of it. But one thing which we used to get free of cost is the tourist attraction. I think you will all agree with me how beauty is Barapani. What was the reason? Why it was so beautiful? The beauty of Barapani comes from the dam that has been dammed for hydropower project. Sir, Chairman, sir, I wish to see so many dams to come up in the state of Meghalaya in the form of hydropower project, and ultimately, we will get free of cost tourist attraction, and we will be able to draw more and more tourist footfalls in the state of Meghalaya. I want to recall here, we have got Umngi River project, which has been there and the talk of the time for so many time, and I raised question also in this House, and the reply last year is that the investigation is on, and they have completed only 30% of the investigation. I want to impress in this House the importance of this river. This river is on the other side of Mausenram constituency and on the other side, Maukerwat constituency. It will directly benefit these two constituencies. And it is so beautiful as of now, and it will add more beauty if we can successfully dam this river for the purpose of power generation. Chairman, sir, I wish to see in my lifetime to see that this project come up, and I have met Honorable Minister in charge power to request and to impress on this project that if the state government still find problem to do by its own, it will be very, very good if we hand over this project to the private company. That is my proposal.
And Rule 152, which is specific to the SDs. Now, it is not a general demands for grants. It is a vote on supplementary demands, which is specific to the amount which revolves around particular proposed expenditure. Lest it becomes, a precedence, and so that at least the rules will be observed by all honorable distinguished members. I think that's why I intend to raise this, because these important concerns being raised by the honorable member can be appropriately done when we have a similar cut motion, maybe while passing the demands for grants, or even general. So let it be specific to the demand, because we have a number of other items.
Kindly confine your submission.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Sir. I have already confined by stating the text of this court motion also is about the transformers, and I have already stated
transformers
about the
right,
transformers.
But you have gone to a new project at
So, thank you, because it's the same subject, sir. So I thought it is appropriate to express. So, nevertheless, I will not prolong on my speech on participation, but I want to again recall and remind the House that the power project, hydropower project, it's still less than the thing that we can do as a state of Meghalaya. Because of the blessing of the nature, I would request once again to see that more power projects can come up in the state of Meghalaya. With these few words, I conclude my deliberation. Thank you.
Yes, before we move further, for the sake of official record, before we move further, for the sake of official record, the official name of Wa Omyang should be reflected and not Barapani as stated by the honorable member. So, may I now know the mind of the mover? Any more members? No, I'm yet to reply. Yes. Yes, I will now call the minister in charge to reply. Can I? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, sir, at the very outset, I would like to thank the honorable mover of the court motion, leader of the opposition, and the honorable member from Maukarwat for raising concerns with regards to the quality control of transformers purchase and ODA schemes and the losses of MECL, and the extent of support to MECL with projected outcome thereof. It is really a matter of concern when it comes to the matter of the MECL. I have taken note of the points raised by both the honorable members of this August House. I will make my sincere efforts to attempt on all those points raised by the members. I will not be able to skip the part which I have with me here to ensure that the House is fully aware about the function of the MECL. Since the successful commissioning of the Lacroix Small Hydro Project with a capacity of 1.5 megawatt in the year 2018-19, and the Ganul Small Hydro Projects with capacity of 22.5 megawatt in 2023-24. The total installed capacity of the state-owned generating stations has increased to 356.5 megawatt as on date. Concerted efforts such as preventive maintenance and checks have been made, which has resulted in the improvement in the availability of the generating stations from 83% to 94% in the last 7 years, which means these stations are now available for generating at their full capacity of 94% of the time in the year. The Ryangdo Small Hydro Project, which was initially conceptualized with capacity of 3 megawatt, has been re-engineered, and now its capacity is being increased from 3 megawatt to 6 megawatt. As on date, around 48% progress has been achieved. The detailed project report for 210 megawatt Mintru Leshka Phase 2 project has been completed. The expected design energy of the project is 591 million units. The government will shortly finalize the financial linkage, including the option of central financial assistance to implement this project. When it comes to transmission, I am happy to inform this August House that the MEPTCL has been able to maintain a very high standard in terms of transmission system availability. The transmission availability factor of the state transmission network in financial year 2024-25 has been 99.70%. The line length has increased by 259.08 circuit kilometer at 220 kV level and by 370.82 circuit kilometer at 132 kV level since 2018-19. In terms of percentage, the line length at 220 kV level has been grown by 114% and 132 kV by 38%. In terms of transmission capacity at 220 kV level, it has increased by 640 MVA level and by 300 MVA level at 132 kV levels since 2018. In terms of percentage, terms of 220 kV level, there has been an increase of more than 200% and 132 kV level by 55%. With the above efforts, the transmission system availability factor has increased from 96.85% to 99.70% in the last 7 years. That is 2018-19 to 2024-25. Similarly, in the same time frame, the transmission losses have come down from 5.13% to 2.53%, which clearly indicates the robustness of the state transmission network. Some of the important transmission projects completed in the last 7 years include construction of new substations at New Shillong, Fulbari, Minkere, including 138 kilometers of 132 kV DC Ampatti Fulbari line. We are also augmenting 6 existing grid substations to higher capacity to meet the growing power demands. Now I come to the distribution. The Meghalaya Power Distribution Corporation Limited, which is responsible for managing the power distribution in the state, like other corporations, has also shown tremendous improvement in terms of all parameters. The corporation currently serves a consumer base of more than 7 lakhs consumers with a connected load of around 1,400 megawatt at various voltage level. To serve this huge connected load and large consumer base with scattered presence, MEPDCL has ensured network expansion and augmentation in the last 7 years. It has constructed 2,207.73 circuit kilometer of new HT lines, 1,254.94 circuit kilometer of new three-phase LT lines, 2,359.55 circuit kilometer of single-phase LT lines, and has installed 2,676 numbers of new distribution transformers. As a result, the LT lines have increased by 58% in the last 7 years. While HT lines have increased by 38% in the last 7 years, the number of distribution transformers have increased by 31% in the same time span. MEPDCL has added 33 new 33 by 11 kV substations and augmented 41 existing 33 11 kV substations. The impact of the above mentioned massive infrastructure, I want to mention here about the growth that can be measured in terms of quantitative parameters, which are aggregate technical and commercial losses have improved from 37.27% in 2018-19 to 10.76% in 2024-25. Collection efficiency has also improved from 87% to 107% in the same time frame. Technical losses, transmission and distribution losses have improved from 36.20% in financial year 2018-19 to 16.60% in the financial year 2024-25. The ACS ARR gap of the corporation, which is one of the major indications of the financial health of the DISCOM, has improved from 1.18 per kilowatt hour in financial year 2018-19 to minus 0.30 kilowatt per hour in 2024-25. Sir, Deputy Speaker, sir, the impetus and focus on infrastructure augmentation still continues. I'm happy to inform the August House that work for electrification of left out about 55,000 numbers of households in 2,500 villages have been awarded recently. This will ensure coverage of all the households in the state. Further, I would like to now come to the issue raised by honorable members, which relates to the quality control check process for distribution transformers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Meghalaya Power Distribution Limited has procured 1,690 number of transformers in the last 5 years. The numbers are 221 in 2021-22, 484 in 2022-23, 405 in 23-24, 419 in 24-25, and 161 so far in the current financial year. Apart from the above, the Meghalaya Power Distribution Corporation has also installed around 3,447 transformers on the various schemes. The scheme-wise detail are IPDS 53 numbers, DDUG JY 998 numbers, Subhagya 1,410 numbers, and RDSS 986 numbers so far till date. Sir, now I'll come to the quality control of the transformer procured by MEPDCL. I would like to draw the attention of the House that MEPDCL ensures that the proper quality check is done right from the empanelment of vendor to the receipt of the transformer at the stores of the MEPDCL. The quality control of the transformer procured by MEPDCL is ensured in various steps. I am to mention here the following step. The first step, the factory inspection is done for the empanelment of the supplier. During empanelment of the transformer manufacturer, OEM, inspection officers is sent for inspection of the factory. The inspection officers, after completion of the inspection, submit a detailed inspection report to the material management division. The second one is after examining of the report, under recommendation of the inspecting officers, the division issues a formal order for enlistment of the firm as approved vendor in MECL based on the quality assurance, type test and routine test certificates as per the Indian standard 1180. After that, on receipt of the transformer at central store, physical inspection and verification of barrier report are done following a robust checklist which usually includes insulation tests, routine tests covering winding resistance, voltage ratio, no load loss and impedance, type test report covering temperature rise, lightning impulse test and short circuit test, oil test report covering breakdown, the electric voltage test report. It is also ensured that there is no damage, leakage, resulting, rusting, etc. And all accessories are in place, such as bushings, fittings, electrical connections, gears, etc., etc. Oil level and condition is also thoroughly checked to ensure that there is proper level of oil and there is no leakage. Mounting structures of the transformers are checked to ensure that it is secure and there is no rusting. Moisture condition is thoroughly checked, that is level of silica gel in the transformers. Measuring tests such as insulation resistant testing is also done. It is pertinent to mention here that the transformers procured under the schemes implemented on the turnkey basis are not directly procured and installed by MEPDCL. These are transformers are procured and installed by turnkey contractors to whom the package is awarded. However, MEPDCL ensures the quality of the transformer through pre-dispatch inspection, which are mandatory before turnkey contractors dispatch and install the transformer. The pre-dispatch inspection includes the following inspections in terms of the turnkey contractor supplier: double frequency test, double voltage test, temperature rise test, no load test, full load test, breakdown electric voltage, vacuum test, turns ratio TTR test, winding resistance test, vector group and polarity test. Verifies phase relationship. Similarly, to MEPDCL and MEPDCL is also following a strict process of quality assurance of the transformers procured. Sir, these are the processes which have been going on for all these years. But I would like to inform the House that to further strengthen the quality of the procurement of the distribution transformer, as well as the quality of the repairs of those transformers in the workshop of MEPDCL, the corporation has entered into an MOU this January 2026 with the Central Power Research Institute, and very soon we would be establishing a national accreditation board for testing and calibration laboratories, in short, the NABL laboratory, for testing of all equipment, including transformer, which will be the first of its kind in the entire northeastern region. Sir, further, the warranty of distribution transformer is only 1 year. There is very few and negligible failure of distribution transformer during the warranty period. Most of the transformers that are failed are due to aging or overloading. The transformer failure with respect to the failure rates in comparison to the total installation in the last 5 years has come down from 5.32% to 5.30% to 6.22%, 6.75%, and to 4.78%. So it's better than or compatible with to the national average, which is around 6%. Sir, all efforts have been made for timely replacement of the failed transformer by maintaining the buffer stocks at the central store and at the repairing workshops. MEPDCL has invested around rupees 2 crore towards the capacity enhancement of the transformer repair workshop, which will double the transformer repair capacity of the state from 480 DTR per year to 860 DTR per year. Sir, the replacement percentage of the transformer against the total failures in the last 5 years are in the year 2021-22, total failures are 661 and replacement are 572, which means it is about 87%. And when it comes to the year 25-26, total failures are 665 and the replacement are 632, which is 96%. Sir, now I come to the second issue raised by the honorable mover of this court motion regarding the financial assistance to the Meghalaya Energy Corporation Limited provided by the government of Meghalaya. And I'm to mention here that UDAY or Ujwa Discom Assurance Yojana, aiming at operational and financial turnaround of state-owned power distribution companies, DISCOMs, issued by the Ministry of Power in 2015-2016. The state government entered into a tripartite MOU under Ujwal Discom Assurance Yojana, UDAY, was executed among Ministry of Power, Government of India, the Government of Meghalaya, and the Meghalaya Power Distribution Corporation Limited on the 9th of March 2017. And as per the MOU, the Government of Meghalaya agreed to extend financial support to the DISCOM till the DISCOM achieves turnaround. I want to mention here that MEPDCL was reeling under severe financial stress and had incurred losses during 2013-14 financial year, amounting to 295.15 crores and rupees 197.96 crores in 2014-15. The overall accumulated losses has reached to the level of 961.42 crores as on financial year ending 2014-15. The outstanding debt level of the MEPDCL had reached to the tune of rupees 166.67 crores at the end of September 2015. As per the MOU signed under UDAY scheme, the government of Meghalaya was supposed to take over 75% of the outstanding debt of MEPDCL by 30th September 2015. Further, the government of Meghalaya was required to take over the financial loss, profit and loss losses of MEPDCL as on 2018-19, 5% of the losses of 2017-18, 10% of the losses of 2018-19, 25% of the losses of 2019-20, and 50% losses of 2020-21. Accordingly, Government of Meghalaya took over the losses as per profit and loss accounts of MEPDCL and took over the losses amounting to 322.54 crore from 2018-19 to 2021-22 as below. Financial year 2018-19, profit and loss of MEPDCL in crores in previous years 268.57%. Loss taken over by Government of Meghalaya in crores is 13.42 crores, which means is 5%. 2019-20 is 185.34 crore, which is the profit and loss of MEPDCL, and loss taken over by Government of Meghalaya is 18.54 crore, which is 10%. In 2021, 408.99, which is profit and loss of the MEPDCL, 408.99 crore. The loss taken over by Government of Meghalaya is 102.24 crore, which is 25% as mentioned above. And in 2021-22, it was the P&L loss of MEPDCL is 396.51 crore, and the loss taken over by the government was 50%, that is 198.25 crore. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to highlight one important aspect of scheme, which, however, not executed. As per the clause 1.2 sub clause J of the MOU, the government of Meghalaya was required to provide support to MEPDCL through operational funding requirement till turnaround is achieved. However, till 2021-22, there was no operational funding requirement provided to MEPDCL. This amounted to 1,165 crore. Additionally, the pandemic COVID-19 also impacted the MEPDCL badly, and to overcome the situation of rising dues towards power purchase to CPSUs, it had to take loans under Atmanirbhar scheme of Government of India to pay those dues. Since these loans were of working capital nature, hence we are not allowed to be recovered through tariff. The monthly principal and interest payment was rupees 21 crore, adding to the financial burden of the MEPDCL. Further, the Ministry of Finance, Government of India, in the month of June 2021, allowed the state government an additional borrowing limit of 0.50% of their gross state domestic product, GSDP, for the financial year 2021-22. This borrowing capacity was directly linked to implementing specific performance reforms in the power sector. The government of Meghalaya accordingly committed to take over the losses of MEPDCL 22-23 in the year 22-23, 60% loss of financial year 21-22. For 2023-24, 75% loss of financial year 22-23. And in 2024-25, 90% loss for financial year 23-24. In 25-26 and onwards, 100% loss for financial year 24-25 and onwards. The above notification from Ministry of Finance also mandated that the state which will not participate in the scheme but have earlier participated under UDAY will have to make over the 50% losses of the DISCOM. Therefore, the scheme was linked to UDAY even for non-participating states. Accordingly, Government of Meghalaya opted to participate in the schemes. However, the additional borrowing to the tune of 0.5% of the GSDP was availed only in 1 year, that is the financial year 22-23. Sir, it is pertinent to mention here that up to 2023-24, the corporation was also facing two major difficulties, which resulted in increase in losses in 2022-23 and 2023-24. The first one is, it is well known fact that the electricity demand in Meghalaya is complementary to rest of the states in India, as the peak demand here is in the winter month as compared to summers in rest of India. To take advantage of this, MEPDCL got into banking agreements with other states wherein transaction was settled in terms of energy only and there was no monetary benefits to the state. The second one is the DISCOM was also dealing with the regulatory hurdles as the tariff allowed by the Regulatory Commission was not cost reflective in nature and there were a lot of arbitrary disallowances impacting the beneficiaries of the DISCOM because tariff is the major source of revenue for it. What are the steps taken for the resolution of the issue? I am to mention here, sir, this is very, very important. From October 2023 onwards, MEPDCL decided to stop getting into swapping or banking transactions and instead decided to trade the surplus power available in the monsoon month in the market to ensure that revenue is generated and at the same time the burden of the power purchase expenses on end consumers could be reduced. It was also decided to make all the payments related to power purchase in advance or before the due date to avoid delayed payment surcharge, which is not part of the tariff of DISCOM. Another one is MEPDCL also took comprehensive analysis of the factors impacting the tariff and took those matters with regulator and was finally able to convince the regulator on those issues in the tariff for financial year 2024-25. So I want to mention here, what are the results of those steps taken on the resolution of those issues? The result of these efforts can be seen from the fact that in the year 2024-25, the losses have reduced to 35 crores only. And in 2025-26, we are also confident that this performance will continue. And we would like to seek and to mention here the reason for the continued support required for MECL. It is pertinent once again to note that there are several legacy issues which are now in the process of being settled. It is a very long legacy issue. The most prominent ones are delay in financial turnaround of the DISCOM due to absence of operational funding requirement. As I have already mentioned, that the funding requirement under this head was to the tune of rupees 1,165 crore, which was never provided to the corporation as committed under the UDAY MOU. Number two, loans of the corporations which are not covered under tariff. The corporation as on date has a total loan outstanding amounting to 2015.75 crore rupees, out of which loans pertaining to MECL bonds amounting to rupees 630 crores, PFC Atman Ribhar loan amounting to rupees 423.55 crore, and REC Atman Nirbhar loan amounting to rupees 393.34 crore are not allowed in tariff. The total amount of such loans constitutes to the tune of 72% of the total outstanding debt of all the corporation. All the major loans of MECL and its subsidiaries will be over by March 2031. Transmission Corporation has already paid all its loans and it's debt-free now. All efforts are being made that no additional loan is drawn from any financial institutions. Number three, the funding of pension corpus. It is also pertinent, and I have to mention, that at the time of trifurcation of the MECL into the MEPDCL, MEPGCL, MEPTCL in 2013, Government of Meghalaya has committed to take over the pension liability of rupees 840 crores at that point of time. However, till 2023-24, no funds were released from the Government of Meghalaya against this, and the fund requirement of pension and gratitude corpus reached to rupees 3,400 crores as per the actual valuation report of 2022-23. Sir, I have already mentioned about the losses, and I'm also here to mention about the aggregate. I've also already mentioned, I think, the aggregate technical and commercial loss in 2019-20 from 32.07% to the year 2020 to 21 to 29.67%. In the year 2021-22 to 25.95%, 2022-23 to 24.05%, 2023-24 to 16.12%. Sir, it is a continuous growing down, showing the efforts of the corporation at all levels to improve its performance. Sir, I am to mention here also about the earlier franchisee set up. It was only for bill collections through Community Service Center, which was launched on 27th March 2014. And as first step, two village level entrepreneurs located at Smith and Tindring were targeted for implementation and expanded to Jaintia Hills, Nongstoin, Williamnagar, Mausanram, and other places. The scope was billing and collection only. However, there were some defaults in depositing the payments collected from consumer to MECL. Hence, it was terminated. This is for the information of the Honorable Member and the House as well. And since in case of input-based franchisee payment is collected from service provider at input points, the case of any under deposit to MCU would not arise. Sir, I believe that I have addressed all the points and concerns more than what is mentioned by the honorable members. And I would finally like to submit that MECL is making all efforts to reduce both financial and technical losses and become self-sufficient in terms of funds requirement. However, to make a complete turnaround and address the legacy issues, as I have mentioned, the financial support from the government would still be needed for a few more years. I am to mention here about this. And therefore, I am sure that all the points addressed by me will definitely satisfy the honorable mover of this court motion. And I therefore urge the honorable mover to withdraw the court motion. With these few words, I resume my seat.
Thank you. Now may I know the mind of the mover as to whether he will withdraw his court motion.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, before I make my mind known about whether to withdraw or not, I would like to just at the outset, would like to thank the Minister in charge for very, very elaborate reply. In fact, going even beyond what was asked for to give a better, enlightening exercise for all of us. Now here, this whole legacy problem, because State Electricity was a board, it was just a statutory body. So it was a baby born by the government. And because of the inherent problem associated with that format, there's a reason why that Electricity Act 2003 came. And the subsequent, corporatization and disbundling of the board. And we have taken the measures to do so. The whole exercise again pertaining to this money that is extended as a support to the DISCOM to take over the debt. That means we are taking over the debt from the public exchequer. Therefore, the expected end result, whether it is now palpable on the ground, zero or not, that is something which is required to be understood. Now, why this is not happening is also connected to probably lack of that kind of concern to plug those loopholes. So, for example, the realization of tariff and the timely realization of tariff is connected with all these challenges which MECL has all along been confronted with. Huge areas are still there where tariff has not been, rather the bills have not been presented to the consumers. And subsequently what happens, there's a conflict between the authorities and the consumers. And the innocent consumers who are not aware of the relevant provision of the Act will end up becoming the victims. Therefore, it is necessary to have this whole enlightening exercise and this whole issue of involving the consumers as stakeholders, as mandated by the law. We refer to this franchisee model, which is mandated as per the Section 14 of the Indian Electricity Act 2003. So this has enough space to enable the DISCOM to really overcome these challenges. How is it possible for the DISCOM? Say, I will give an example from Mendipathar. The area which is covered is up to almost Darugri in Rongjeng. Then towards North Garo Hills is up to Nangapa. Hundreds of villages looked after by one person who is not provided with any support system for transportation, communication. So the response, whenever there is a disruption, there are technicalities which again have an end result of the whole areas being affected by this disconnection because of some small technical correction which is required to be done in the substation only. I am not connected with this technical term, but there is one particular, just small intervention, probably some item which is to be procured at the, probably the cost will be hardly 25,000-30,000. I visited this Mendipathar substation to know about all this problem. And that was what was made known to us, that because of this particular intervention which was not put in place, that's why whenever there is a disruption in one village, the whole rest of the villages which are covered with the same transmission line are affected. So therefore, there are many space to do correction with minor, rather with a little bit of more seriousness to take cognizance of these areas of dislocation. So therefore, I think the DISCOM should look at, I will take, I will give a proposal that in as far as East Garo Hills is concerned, I will be willing to tie up with the DISCOM and the authorities to really handhold the consumers to take up this franchisee model. If we go by the section 14, it says group of users, group of consumers, or NGOs. That is the provision. It doesn't actually encourage bringing in corporate houses from outside in a business model. Rather, in a participation model, the spirit of this section 14 has to be understood from the spirit of participation of the users. Therefore, I think I would like to urge upon, having given so much of money to create a turnaround and to ensure that the DISCOM doesn't continue being a loser. Of course, it's expected that loss should slowly be minimized in such a manner that there will be a time when DISCOM should not have a loss, since we are infusing so much of support. So my submission, before I indicate my mind, whether to withdraw the cut motion or not, I would like to only get this assurance in as far as re-looking at this mandate of the section 14 of Electricity Act 2003 in as far as involving the users and other people who may represent themselves as NGOs on behalf of the stakeholders and consumers. Let us look at some available space which we have tried earlier. Maybe we will try in a better way so that we will have a success story. So only this re-examination. And at the same time, pending that, how is it possible for one person to look after that 150 villages? It is utterly impossible. If we increase the efficiency, that means DISCOM will again be burdened with the expenditure. That's why they are not employing. But the end result is that the consumers are affected. When I was in Mendipathar, every 30 minutes, there is a disruption of power supply. Every 30 minutes. It's just, I'm talking about January. Every 30 minutes. It's in the district capital region, Reshu, Mendipathar. So this is the state of affairs. This is the information from ground zero. I myself is a victim. I think many of us who are affected by this. So there is a need to see that DISCOM pull up their shocks and look at this efficiency also, having been recipient of the support from the public exchequer, and therefore the positive response. So may I get this categorical assurance from the Minister in charge in regard to these points?
Sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have noted down all the points mentioned by the honourable mover of this cut motion. However, once again, sir, I would like to reiterate that the progress of the MECL is very much in a very positive direction. I have already spelled out that the corporation has suffered a loss of about, in those years, at 300 crores per year. Now, it has been brought down to 35 crores per year. This is one of the major reasons which the corporation can convince the government to shell out that money as far as the interest of the corporation. Number two, sir, I would like to mention, again, I would like to repeat, I've already mentioned during my address that the aggregate technical and commercial losses have improved from 37.27% in 2018-19 to only 10.76% in 2024-25. Sir, with the completion of the RDSS schemes and other schemes which are in place, we will further bring down this ATCL losses in the years to come. Now, when it comes to collection efficiency, I have already mentioned, sir, that it has improved from 87% to 107% in the same time frame, sir. Again, the technical losses, transmission and distribution losses, have improved from 36% to 16.6% in the year 2024-25. I believe that 25-26 will come down further. So these are the few areas which is really showing the positive direction that MECL is moving. And at the same time, as mentioned by the Honourable Member, it is a fact that when it comes to the placement of manpower on the ground, when any kind of disruption is happening, the entire length got affected. I am to mention here, sir, that we are putting the fault passage locators to identify those faults and rectify in short time duration possible. This is what we have started, and we are putting these locators at most of the locations, sir. Now, with regards to the franchisee, say in 2014, the government has launched, and as a first step, in those two village level entrepreneur, which has come at Nongstoy and Smith tendering, were targeted for implementation. But the scope or billing, however, there were some defaults in depositing the payments. This is the one of the problem that we are facing. That's why the government was compelled to terminate that franchisee. However, sir, I am to mention here that we are taking all steps to see that these grievances we have already addressed by the Honourable Mover. It is a fact which needs to be examined thoroughly and see what is the next step further. I think whatever I have spelled out here, the actions taken by the corporation and the government, both at the same time, have resulted a positive outcome of those steps taken by the at the different levels. So I hope that the clarification which I have made just now will definitely satisfy. And we are very seriously, I personally as the Minister in charge of power, taking very serious note of all the points noted by the honourable members. And I've been receiving a lot of, whenever a lot of my friends, they have been sending messages to me knowing that I'm the Minister in charge of power. And whenever disruption always happens. So now people will keep on, remembering my name. So every now and then, especially when the light goes off. So, but it is a duty bound for us and the government as a whole, sir. And I'm to thank the Honourable Chief Minister, in fact. He's been very supportive to the department from time to time. Whenever we place all the burdens of the corporation, we walk hand in hand and see that we see the light of the day as far as the corporation is concerned. And we would like to see one fine day very soon. I hope that the corporation will not make any more losses, but it will be in a profit-making units. So with these few words, once again, I would like to request the honorable mover of this court motion to withdraw the same.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, once again, I would like to thank the Minister in charge for attempting to actually give the kind of assurance that will come forth from the government side and in compliance from the entities thereof. Now, it will be wrong for us to say that the whole realization of tariff up to 100%, it is by default. Let us be really clear on that. Otherwise, the whole sense of complacency by DISCOM will continue and our people will suffer. It is a fact that whenever transformers get damaged, then suddenly there is no connection of electricity, then they are victimized to pay the 100% tariff. This is the fact. I have brought to the notice of this August House that for 2 years people will not serve with bill. It's on record. I have communicated it to CMD. Now, whenever the transformers get damaged, for years together they are disconnected, then they are compelled to pay 100% of taxes, 100% of the tariff. That is how it is becoming 100%. Not because of the efficiency of MECL, not because of the efficiency of DISCOM. Therefore, I would like to flag this issue that these be taken into cognizance, and whenever there is a damaged transformer, people cannot be subjected to this kind of, it's an essential service. Yes, examination time, festival time, during church gathering, electricity conked out, disruption of electricity, then damage of transformer after transformer. When the transformer has to be replaced, people will be compelled. You have to pay this much %. In fact, during election time, we have seen some of the candidates have paid this. Yes. It's a fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Therefore, it is not because of efficiency of the DISCOM, but it is because of default by which people are compelled through victimization of the process. And it is a fact, every member of this August House is actually aware of this problem. Therefore, categorically, I would like to get a assurance from the Minister in charge that this angle should be seen as an area of concern, which should be corrected. And whenever their transformer is damaged, people should not be subjected. If 1-2 persons are paying their bill, why should, just because 2-3 persons don't pay bill, the whole village should be victim of disconnection and non-restoration of the electricity supply? So this is a fact. If somebody is denying, then let us go and ask the people. So this is a fact. In spite of infusing so much of money, yes, it is expected. The Honorable Chief Minister, the government has been responsive to this need of DISCOM. So also this August House. We have not brought this cut motion again and again, but we have flagged some issues in specific areas of concern. And this area of concern, that DISCOM should not disrupt the connection of power just because 1 or 2 people don't pay their tariff. Every villager should not be, the whole village should not be victimized because of this. So I want this categorical assurance. Otherwise, there will be, that sense of complacency by DISCOM. Oh, our realization of tariff is now 100%. Good. But under what circumstances? Every time we receive this phone call, even now, many villages are there whose transformer are yet to be replaced and electricity restored. So only with this assurance, only then I will make my mind known.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am to highlight here about the replacement percentage with respect to failure of transformers. Sir. Till now, we have brought down the replacement percentage from 21-22, 87% to 2025 till date, at the rate of 96%. I have also shared the steps taken by the corporation. that we have doubled the number of transformers repaired from 4, some numbers which I've already mentioned. We have also procured the good number of transformers, sir. The number of transformers in the last 5 years, where in 21-22 there's only 221, and as on date, we have already procured 161 so far in this current financial year. So, as far as those points is concerned by the Honourable Member, when it comes to transformer and billing cycles, we have taken note of it. Perhaps there are some areas where the billing cycle is not in order because of whatever reasons. We have taken note of that, and then we have taken corrective steps from time to time. And this will continue from the corporation, because at the end of the day, the whole objective of supplying of electricity to the people, to the consumer end, should not be at the cost of suffering from the consumers. We have to ensure that whatever burdens that are being carried out by the corporation should not be levied to the consumers. In fact, it is the duty bound of the corporation and the government to look into all these things. That's why, sir, this points, as I have already said, mentioned by the honourable members, have been taken note of, and we can always give an assurance that we look into these issues very seriously and see that how we bring down the percentage of these incompetency of some of at different levels to ensure that the smooth power supply and the burden of the consumers should not be in the state of, the state of suffering, and as they are at the suffering and only. So with these few words, I hope that I have satisfied and tried to address all the concern. And I once again request the honourable mover to withdraw their court motions.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have every reason to be happy after getting this assurance from the Honourable Minister in charge. Yes, there are areas where corrections are required, and the Honourable Minister has been elaborate in assuring this August House that he has taken cognizance of all these concerns, and therefore I'm very, very happy, and I'll have a very good sleep. So I would be very happy to beg the leave of the August House to withdraw the cut motion.
Thank you. Now, since the mover has withdrawn his cut motion, now let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 5 be passed. Those who are for the motion, say aye. Those who are against, say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 5 is passed. Now we'll take up grant number 6. Mr. Sri Susutan Sutun, Minister in charge, to move, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that an additional amount of 35,67,000 be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2013 Council of Ministers, 2052 Secretariat, General Services 2251 Secretariat Social Services 3451, Secretariat Economic Services 5275, capital outlay on other communication services.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 6 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 6 is passed. Now we'll take up grant number 7. Sri Kunat Ke Sama, Honorable Chief Minister, to move please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that an additional amount of 7 crores 51 lakhs 1,079 be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending the 31st of March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2053 District Administration, 2070 other administrative services.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 7 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 7 is passed. We'll take up now grant number 7. Sri President in Chong, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge to move please. Number 8. Yes.
Number 8.
Number 8.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the recommendation of Governor, I beg, sir, to move that an additional amount of 10 crores 10 lakh be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2055 Police, 2070 Other Administrative Services, 2216 Housing, 4055 Capital Outlay on Police, 4059 Capital Outlay on Public Works, 4216 Capital Outlay on Housing, 4552 Capital Outlay on Northeastern areas.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 8 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 8 is passed. Now we will take up the grant number 9. Sri Sinibalang, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge to move please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that an additional amount of 2 crores 73 lakhs 69,437 be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2026 for the administrations of the head 2056 jail and 4059 capital outlay on public works.
Motion moved. Since there is no cut motion against this grant, let me put the question before the House. The question is that grant number 9 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and grant number 9 is passed. Now we'll take up grant number 10. Sri President Tichong, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge to move, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on the recommendation of the Governor, I beg, sir, to move that an additional amount of 41 crores 35 lakhs 4,672 be granted to the Minister in charge to defray certain charges which will come in the course of payment during the year ending 31st March 2026 for the administration of the heads 2052 Secretariat General Services, 2059 Public Works, 2203 Technical Education, 2204 Sports and Youth Services, 2205 Arts and Culture, 2216 Housing, 4059 Capital Outlay on Public Works, 4202 Capital Outlay on Education, Sports and Arts and Culture, 4210 Capital Outlay on Medical and Public Health, 4216 Capital Outlay on Housing, 4403 Capital Outlay on Animal Husbandry, 4404 Capital Outlay on Dairy Development, 5465 investment in general financial and trading institutions.
Motion moved. Now there is one cut motion against this grant tabled by Dr. Mukul Sangma, MLA and leader of opposition. You may kindly move.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, time is very limited. So by 2, I think, up to 2.
Up to 2.
So we have only a few minutes now. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I beg to leave the House to move that the total provision of rupees 41 crore 35 lakhs 4,672 supplementary demand number 10 with head of account 2059 public works 2216 housing 4059 capital outlay on public works etc. at page 21 of the list of supplementary demand be reduced by rupees 1, that is the amount of the whole supplementary demand of rupees 41 crore 35 lakhs 4,672 do stand reduced by 100.
Yes, you may initiate.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I take this opportunity to just flag few important points which has drawn our attention based on certain inputs and also based on interaction with our various stakeholders, including the contractors. Now here I would like to only be specific pertaining to the State Guest House at Taraga. What is the total amount of money that has been earmarked in the initial stage, and what is the total cost of expenditure incurred till date, and the different components for which the money has been sanctioned, and the additional works which is reflected in the explanatory notes for which this fund is being required, and whether these additional works are actually given to the same contractor, or has there been another subsequent, as per the relevant financial rules, the rules have been adhered to, while usually whenever additional items come in the whole process of implementation of any project, whether these are being adhered to. And on the issue of the pending liabilities of the contractors, now some of the contractors do confide that in the recent past, in the preceding years, for last few years, some of the contractors who have been usually depending on these contract works under various departments have been not being able to get any work. In other words, there is no inclusive approach to see that this whole spirit of entrepreneurship with which our people have looked at this space of livelihood, how they can be still taken cognizance of about their willingness to look at this entrepreneurial space, having seen what they have done in the preceding years. Number of contractors whom I have seen for decades, who were completely dependent on this kind of contract works. Now they say, sir, I have given up even participating in the tender. So these are reasons of concern. Now, there is also allegation that these works are being given to only a few contractors, limited contractors. That's why I say in my this proposed cut motion also, therefore it is necessary for the House to know, while we agree to allow the government to spend this money and the pending liabilities of contractors to be paid, I think it will be in the fitness of things. Whether the policy of ensuring, as we all swear by oath, with no favor or ill will, whether this our adherence to the spirit of the oath that we take is being adhered to at the time of implementation of these programs, to ensure that all those who are deserving and contractors who are eligible in terms of the credentials, in terms of their qualification as per the terms and parameters, these concerns I would like to get addressed by the government, and I would like to get a categorical reply towards this. I think if this alleged allegations have come to our notice, it is only appropriate for me to bring it to the notice of the Deputy CM in charge, looking after this department. Maybe necessary review be taken in this regard and corrective measures wherever needed be taken. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I move this motion.
Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at the outset, I'm very thankful to the Honorable Leader of Opposition, Dr. Mukul Sangma, for bringing this motion on the grant number 10, relating to few important issues which was raised by him. Sir, because of the paucity of time, I would also like to be very, very specific to these issues raised by the Honorable Leader of Opposition. Sir, the sanction amount of reconstruction of State Guest House Taragha, initially it was 15 crores, 34 lakhs, 23,000. And the second revision was rupees 24 crores, 91 lakh, 39,692. This leads to revision because of few areas where we need to attend to. Number one is the contractors, their rate was quoted at 12.38%. And
below.
In addition to that, we also have
Mr. Speaker, sir, 12 point something, above or below?
Above,
Oh, yeah.
above. 12.38% above the schedule of rate. So that is the reason why the revision of estimate happened. And the third one, sir, we have again one more estimate, which is known as additional item of work. Additional item of work. And this, again, estimate is rupees 12 crores 89 lakh 321. This relates to the appliances as well as fittings and furnishing of the entire building of the Dargah. So the total amount comes to ultimately to, okay sir, I think if we add up, we know what is the total amount exactly where we spend for the reconstruction of the Dargah. Sir, I would like to only inform this August House. Dargah as of today is one of the best building state guest house in India. Why I'm saying this, sir? You know, it happens that some retired senior central officers, as well as from outside India, when they came and stayed in this state guest house, the moment they went back home, they spread this good news that we thought we staying in the five-star hotel. But in fact, it is the state guest house. So, sir, before I conclude, I just would like to share with the honorable members. I think this is the first time ever in the history of Meghalaya where we do have the guest house with the standard of five-star hotel. And not only that, sir, we would also like to see that in the future plan of the government for any government projects or any government building, we will make sure that the quality of work is also as per the standard of today's living. Sir, yes, few issues raised by the honorable member of the Leader of Opposition relating to the packages that work has been given. We have given to one company only, sir, because we understand if we don't do that, especially the component of construction, it's difficult to split the work into packages. So therefore, we have decided that the work should be given only to one successful tenderer, and including these additional items of work which I've already mentioned. So with these few words, once again, I would like to request the Honorable Leader of Opposition to withdraw the court motion.
So may I know the mind of the mover, please? Honorable Elo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, before I indicate my mind, I would like to thank the Honorable Deputy CM for this, though brief, but very clear reply. Here, one important thing, yes, a state guest house, it must be by the name itself, you know, it represents the state's rather identity kind of thing. And therefore, it is expected to be good. But then, I examined so many projects over the decades while I had the privilege of being in the government, and even now. One 5-star hotel with 100 keys. One 5-star hotel with 100 keys. Cost will be around 110 to 120 crore with all the amenities. Now here, how many rooms? I don't know. 50 plus, again 12 for all those other, whatever additional, including the facilities and equipments. 50 plus 12. That means total will be around 62, I think. So how many rooms are there? These are matters of concern. Then above 12%, was there any effort to bring down the cost by exercising that in view of the L1, quoting 12% above, then the actual tender value, whether there was effort to see that the tendering process was again resorted to bring down the cost in order to save money, whether any effort was made. And what is the SOR, schedule operates, which was, basis for reaching to this particular cost.
The schedule of rate for this particular project is 21, 22 PLUD buildings. 21, 22 schedule of rate adopted for the reconstruction of this building. And number two, sir, we have in the first floor we have 12 rooms, and in the second floor we have 6 VVIP. 6 VVIP rooms. I would like to request, sir, I think to all the honorable members, if they can visit or if they can go and see themselves, the way the building came up, it's really just like a 5-star hotel. So I'm not saying that we spend less or we spend more, but the fact is that the fame of Meghalaya has really gone up, even with this particular special building in the name of State Guest House of the state of Meghalaya.
It is now 2 o'clock. Voting on demands for grant is now closed. The remaining demands for grants will be disposed of by applying sub-rule 3 of Rule 144 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly. And that is demand number 10, demand number 11, demand number 12, 13, demand number 14, demand number 15, demand number 16, demand number 17, demand number 18, demand number 19, demand number 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32 do stand glutted. I will now put the question before the House. The question is that the demand numbers 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and demand numbers 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32 are passed by the House. And it is, since it is past 2 o'clock, in exercise of Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business, I will extend the House till all the business listed for today are disposed of. Now we come to item number 3. Let me read out the message from the Governor. Dated 19 February 2026. Order. In exercise of the powers conferred by Clause 1 of Article 207 of the Constitution of India, I, Sri C.H. Vijayashankar, Governor of Meghalaya, hereby recommend to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly the introduction of the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 1 Bill 2026, signed C.H. Vijayashankar. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Finance, to beg leave to introduce the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 1 Bill 2026. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg leave to introduce the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 1 Bill 2026.
Motion moved. Let me put the question before the House. The question is that the leave be granted to introduce the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 1 Bill 2026. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and leave to introduce the bill is granted. Chief Minister to introduce the bill, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I introduce the bill.
Secretary to read out the title of the bill.
The Meghalaya Appropriation Number 1 Bill 2026 is introduced in the House.
Now we come to item number 4. Sri Preston Tingsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, Parliamentary Affairs, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the second proviso to sub-rule C of Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in its application to the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 1 Bill 2026 be suspended for the time being insofar the rules requires circulation of the bill 4 days in advance before the motion for consideration may be moved.
Motion moved. Let me put the question before the House. The question is that the motion for suspension of Rule 72, subclause C of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business moved by the Deputy Chief Minister in charge, Parliamentary Affairs, be adopted. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and the motion for suspension of the Rule 72C of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business is adopted. Let me read out a message from the Governor. Dated 19 February 2026. Order. In exercise of the powers conferred by Clause 3 of the Article 207 of the Constitution of India, I, Sri C.H. Vijayashankar, Governor of Meghalaya, hereby recommend to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly the consideration and passing of the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 1 Bill 2026, signed Sri H. Vijayashankar. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Finance, to move that the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 1 Bill 2026 be taken into consideration.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 1 Bill 2026 be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. I will now put a question before the House. The question is that the bill be taken into consideration. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is for consideration is adopted. Now we come to item number 6. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge, Finance, to move that the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 1 Bill 2026 be passed. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 1 Bill 2026 be passed.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that the Meghalaya Appropriation number 1 Bill 2026 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and the Meghalaya Appropriation number 1 Bill 2026 is passed. Now we come to item number 7, general discussion on the budget. I will take it up to 3 p.m. and I will extend the time if necessary. Honorable members, may I kindly give your name for participation so that I can regulate the time. Sri Marten Pasaimot, MLA, to initiate the discussion, please.
At the outset, I would like to thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to participate in the debate and discussion on budget. So I would also like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister for having presented the budget speech in this August House. So, as rightly said by the Honorable Chief Minister, unless the projected budget impacted the people, several programs and initiatives are of no use and importance. So, we also need to understand that the amount of growth in the expenditure alone is not a measurement to decide on the economy of the state. So it also depends how we translate these policies and programs on the ground in an effective and efficient manner to benefit the citizens of the state. So, as mandated in the Constitution, the Finance Department is vested with the power to manage the budget provision and ensure that while executing and implementing different schemes and projects, all departments must abide by the financial rules laid down by the Finance Department. So today, I will not focus on the speeches. However, I would like to focus on the state's finance and the budgetary management of the Finance Department. So, speeches will remain speeches if results are not seen in the ground and benefits are not felt by the citizens of the state. So, and I would like to base and stress my submission with various observations made by the AG, a report of the Controller and Auditor General of India on the state finance for the year 23-24. So we can, according to the observation, there are many indications that there are many risks as far as the state finance is concerned. So in the executive summary, my first point that I would like to raise here is about the contingent liabilities on account of guarantees. So, according to the observation of the AG, in 2023, state government issued guarantee 0.2 crore and withdrew guarantee of 69.35 crore. At the end of the year 2023-24, outstanding guarantees given by the government were 2,908.20 crore. So, sir, if you look at the amount, 2,908 crores, it is a huge amount, sir, which means that if granted bodies fail to repay, the government will have to pay. So this is the future risk for the state. So when it comes to fiscal sustainability, it is being observed by the AG that there are problems highlighted which are high committed and inflexible expenditure like salaries, pensions, interest, of budget borrowing, which means the government is borrowing without the approval of the House, grantees, subsidies, transfers of local bodies, etc. So it has also indicated that Meghalaya, the debt position of Meghalaya is increasing. Debt grew at 16.87% per year, and debt GSDP ratio, sir, increased from 33.17% to 40.56%. So which means that debt is rising faster than desirable. So therefore, it will give resulted to debt stabilization, which is very difficult to deal in the future, sir. So let me come to page 109 of this AG report, sir. In conclusion of this para 3.6, AG had observed that a detailed audit analysis revealed multiple instances of non-observance of financial rules and procedures along with a lack of financial controls. So, as I've already said, it is the duty of the finance department to maintain financial discipline as far as the expenditure is concerned. So the AG found so many cases where financial rules and procedures were ignored. There was a lack of proper financial control by departments. So, and it has also indicated that the total budget approved is 26,767 crore. This is for 23-24, sir. And actual spending is 25,976. So the government spent less than what was approved, sir. So, and there are also indications that savings and excess spending, gross saving, which is 4,612, and excess expenditure 3,822 and 20 crore. And so this has become a tradition that most of the departments, they surrender their saving at the end of the year. Out of 4,612 crore saving, 3,786 crore, 80% was surrendered. The rest remained unadjusted. So these are the observations, sir, which I feel I need to bring to the notice of the House. And we need the government to come out clearly with the explanation. And serious issue, sir, is spending without approval. Excess expenditure needing approval. So, sir, 3,819.91 crore was spent without proper legislative approval. This happened under 2 grant and 1 non-grants. So therefore, sir, these are serious concerns which I feel I need to highlight in this August House. Further, sir, in the page 112 of this AG report, it was indicated that Funds are lying unutilized in the bank accounts of DDOs. And an amount of rupees 2,512.48 crore was transferred to bank accounts of 480 DDOs. Out of this, 2,060.91 crore were actually used, whereas 563.65 crore remain unutilized as on 31st March 2024. And some accounts had balances as high as 226 crore. In some cases, more than 1 crore was lying idle in a single DDO account. So the problem here is that the money was already shown as expenditure in government accounts. But in reality, sir, it was just sitting in bank accounts. So technically, it is book expenditure, but not real expenditure. So the audit clearly says, sir, the expenditure shown in the finance accounts cannot be vouched as actual to that extent, meaning the account show the money as spent, but it is not actually spent, sir. So, therefore, sir, what I feel is more important, it's not about the speeches, but about the implementation. And para 4.3, it indicates about the delay in the submission of UCs. And in para and here again, it is again the rules, because the rules clearly says that under Meghalaya financial rules, sir, grants must be used within 1 year, UCs must be submitted to confirm proper utilization. Without UCs, it cannot be confirmed that money was used correctly. There is risk of diversion or misuse. So there is a risk of diversion of funds or misuse. So this is a very serious issue, sir. So, sir, money shown as spent is not money actually spent, as I've said. Fund parked in bank accounts and grants without utilization certificate make expenditure a paper entry, not real development. So, let me come to page 116, personal deficit account. So, sir, for the benefit of this August House, a personal deficit account is a treasury-linked account where government money is temporarily kept for specific purposes. It is created by transferring money from the consolidated fund of the state for special schemes or liabilities. So, on the Meghalaya Treasury rules, personal deficit accounts must be used only for specific purposes. At the end of the financial year, the account should be closed. Any unspent balance must be returned to the consolidated fund. If the account is inactive for long, it should be closed. But what the 2023-24 audit says, no new funds were transferred from the consolidated fund into PD accounts. However, sir, PD accounts exist for other bodies like District Legal Service Authority, government colleges, etc. So money is parked for a long period here. Accounts are not closed annually. Unspent balance are not returned. They are used to bypass normal treasury control. So, sir, therefore, if misused, PD accounts will result into reduce of transparency, keep funds outside strict budgetary monitoring, and allow parking of funds. And another issue, sir, which I would like to bring to the notice of this August House in my submission is reflected in para 4.6 of this report, sir, which indicates the indiscriminate use of a minor het 800. Now this is very and more serious in nature, sir. In government accounting, we know that each department has specific major heads and minor heads for expenditure classification, sir. So minor head 800 and other expenditure. So, sir, The AG found that an amount of 2,951 crore was booked on the minor head 800. This is 13.98% of total revenue plus capital expenditure excluding loans. It was spread across 40 major heads. So the problem here is that it hides the real purpose of expenditure. It reduces transparency. It makes accounts unclear. It weakens legislative scrutiny. It may also conceal classification. Audit clearly says indiscriminate booking of the minor head 800 renders the account obscure. So, sir, therefore, I feel that we need to, the finance department needs to pull up its socks, sir. Because without a proper financial discipline and with a reckless expenditure, there will be a serious consequence for the state. So, coming to the disclosure statements brought out in compliance to the condition of fiscal transparency set out in the Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act and Rules 206. Finance Department, Government of Meghalaya. So in page 4, here we see the mention was made about the overdraft, numbers of occasion of overdraft. So we understand the ways and means advances which are needed as a short-term loan from RBI to help a state manages a temporary cash mismatch, sir. They are normal if used briefly and within limits. But however, sir, when it is overdraft, we are going to face the problem. Sir, in this disclosure, sir, it was mentioned that the government, the state government, is overdrafting more than almost 26 times. So the state exceeds the ways and means advances, limit and continues to withdraw money. This means that the government, sir, the government's cash balance has gone below the permissible limit. And it is a red flag in fiscal management. So, which means that the state is facing a cash stress very frequently, sir, and cash planning is weakening, and revenue expenditure mismatch is widening. So the consequence is that on the RBI rules, if overdraft continues beyond 14 consecutive days, RBI can stop payments. If overdraft exceeds 36 days in a quarter, restriction apply. The state may be barred from further borrowing. This affects treasury operations, sir. So therefore, sir, I feel we need to raise a pertinent question. What makes the government, to overdraft up to 26 times? And the impact of this exercise, sir, will be felt by the people of the state and the state as a whole. When cash is tight, bills get delayed. Contractors will not be paid. Schemes implementation will become slow. Local bodies face fund shortages. So when a state frequently enters overdraft, it means the treasury is running on emergency oxygen. So I would like also to link with the previous findings of the audits, where as I've mentioned earlier, where 563 crore lying idle in DDO's account, 1,951 crore on the minor heads, 800, huge excess in charge expenditure. So, sir, the AG has also indicated the excess of charge expenditure and there are many problems also, sir, like the process of reappropriation of funds from one heads to the other, where the department has violated many financial rules. So, sir, let me just check. Just a minute, sir. I just cross-check. Where's that judge? So, sir, I missed the page which mentioned about the division of expenditure of the charge expenditure, sir, where the government is divide more than 160%, which shows that the department, the finance department, could not foresee the expenditure under the charge, which increased from more than 3,000, according to budget estimate, to more than 6,000, sir. So it is a huge amount, sir. And we would also like to know whether this increase in the expenditure on charge is for interest payment or is for any other purposes. So I fail to understand when the department is being headed by the most efficient officer, which the people outside the state call him the de facto chief minister, who seems to be powerful also at the same time. How can they overlook all these areas of concerns which may become a risk to the finance of the state as a whole, and will also create stagnancy in case the government fails to address these issues? And when I look at the budget at a glance also, sir, I've seen the increase in borrowing from the open market. So there is always an increase. Okay, there is an indication that the expenditure in capital expenditure is increasing. That is a good sign. We all understand that when we invest more in capital expenditure, that is to ensure the sustainability and to create infrastructure and lasting development. But however, sir, if the government is compromising with the workmanship or the quality, that also will not help the state at all. So, for instances, the fall of the dome, the cracks of the ISBT, and many, many roads which have been reported in the media, sir, where the people can easily peel off that blacktop by a bare hand. So this kind of quality will not ensure the lasting infrastructure. Because when we invest in the infrastructure, we expect that these will last for years and years altogether, sir. So therefore, sir, I feel that the government should ensure that implementation or execution of these big projects should not be compromised with the workmanship. So it is unfortunate to see that instead of taking the contractors into task, the boys or the people who are exposing their poor quality of works are being threatened, and some of them were, I was told, they were filed with an FIR, and some representatives, members of this House, openly come into the rescue of a contractor. This is not fair, sir, I feel. We should take cognizance, the government should take serious note to ensure that we will never compromise on the quality. So I feel that I really want to mention the specific figures of that increase of charge, sir, but I missed somewhere. So, sir, therefore, I would like to make a mention. It is good to have a dream, but we have to make sure that dream should not become a pipe dream, sir. So, I feel we should not bite off more than what we can chew. So, let us also not promise more than what we can deliver. I know the objective of the government is to become a $10 billion economy. But when you look at the way finance department is managing, there's a poor financial management in the state, which I'm afraid the state government will not be able to reach the target or achieve the target. So, sir, these are the few observations, and I would like to get a specific reply as far as the overdraft is concerned. Why 26 times, sir? And as mentioned, sir, this shows the stressful nature in financial capacity of the state. So if the state is to undergo 26 overdraft, and when it crosses the limit laid by the RBI, time will come that the government will not get the temporary assistance from the RBI to manage the mismatch in the expenditure, sir. So with these few words, sir, I resume my seat.
Thank you. Livingstone Carpran, MLA, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, for allowing me to participate in this general discussion on the budget. I also would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister for presenting the budget in which he has highlighted various initiatives proposed for development of our state. So I want to speak only on few issues in the three sectors. First, on the sport and youth affairs. Sir, I would like to say something on this sector. That as per experience that our sport person faced in recent years across various disciplines. In fact, we are proud for the performance of sport persons in recent years as they bring laurels to our state. But it is disheartening to learn that many of them have to bear the financial burden while participating in the national events or competitions. So it is high time that the government should ensure proper incentive, financial assistance, and improvement of infrastructure for our athletes. So if the government truly wish to nurture talent and promote Meghalaya as a hub for sport, you must create a system where our players can focus on the game without the stress of personal expenses. I must also appreciate the government for taking up Marten Football Stadium, which is the world-class football stadium. but I wish that the government should try to complete on time because of this coming national games. I urge the government that in view of the upcoming national games next year, the government should improve and upgrade other existing football stadiums, football ground at Marten and also Sorokam, which people here are sport loving. So I just request the government that to take up improvement of these two existing football ground. So another one, sir, on coming to agriculture and farmers' welfare. Coming to this sector, as we know that agriculture is the backbone of our state, which is a very important sector. Many times whenever our farmers go to the agriculture office, especially at the block level or with the district level, there is always shortage of seeds such as tomato, potato, then paddy, chili seeds, ginger, and French beans. So I also urge the government that to see that high-yielding variety seeds or high-yielding quality seed should be made available to our farmers. As far as I know, sir, the government through the Department of Agriculture has not been able to procure this high-yielding quality seeds from our own state. We have to depend from the other sources from outside the state. So it is time that the Department of Agriculture to procure this high-yielding variety seeds from our state. It's time that to do that, sir. Another thing that which administrative farmers that whenever the crops are damaged due to natural calamity or the paddy fields are damaged, there is no assistance from the government. So I urge government to look into this issue seriously. And another one is the non-implementation of MSP, minimum support price. This also has added more mystery to our farmers. Another one, sir, as per my experience, that this hand sprays, which the farmers need to spray for the fungicide, insecticide to the crops, there is no very few. Hand sprays are available in the office of agriculture. So this also I urge for the government to look into it. Last, coming to the power sector, as yesterday also some honorable members have also highlighted on this issue. So as per experience that even for extension of electric poles from one place to another, so it is found that the cost, the estimated cost is very high, in which our citizen cannot pay. So I ask the government that to see that should address these issues. And replacement of rusted and old electric poles and transformers need to do regularly and timely. Many times we found that very old and rusted electric poles are there in different places. So another thing is that most of these transformers, there is no fencing. So one day I met the CMD of MBCL also. He said that there is fund for the fencing, but many places I found that transformers are not being fenced and very dangerous and risky to the people, especially the kids. So there are many instances where collection of electricity bills is not done regularly. Sometimes it is often seen that the bills coming once in 2 or 3 months. That too, the bill is very high, so it's not possible for our consumers to pay. So if they can't pay, then the power is being disconnected. So I would like the government also to look into this. Then a proper regulation of bills collection from the streets around the state, coupled with stringent enforcement, measures will not only block reduce leaks, but also ensure equitable access to our citizens. There is also so low voltage every time. This has badly affected our people. So, though there's no load shedding nowadays, but this low voltage has really affected our citizens. Sir, I would like the government to look into this matter seriously. And lastly, sir, in my constituency, there's one village by the name of Lom Solapur. Till date, this village, which is very near to Mauptang in Shillong area, New Shillong area, not yet electrified till date, sir. So I also want the Minister in charge of Power to please look into this, because there are as many as 50 households in that village, but not 60 till date. So I would request the government to look into the matter, because this is in the heart of the New Shillong city. With these few words, I conclude my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now may I call Sri Rupert Moman, MLA, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving a privilege for participate in the budget discussion to 2026. I'll be very brief. I'm very much thrilled to listen to the budget presentation, which was presented by the Honorable Chief Minister in charge Finance. I found very comfortable to understand, as it is attached the graph and physical progress of the ongoing project and in around the state. It is very much inclusive, rural and urban, rich and poor, man and environment. To the quick to the point, sir, agriculture and horticulture. Sir, in North Garo Hills, in the part of Meghalaya, we have one site is the plain belt, which is very fertile, river valley, 4 rivers, and other site is hilly terrain, where our farmers practice zoom cultivation. So it's recently, it is the news that the main agriculture crops, for example, areca nut, is fallen to disease, that is bud-root disease, sir. And other one, the very main crops and the farmers depends on that is orange plantation. These 2 major crops of the area is under the threat. And the economy of our people, especially in the Garo Hills region, is threatened, sir. So when the people try to replant that particular orange and areca nut plant, it is not growing anymore. So if the government, if the technical people scientifically help the growers, farmers to grow once again in the field, that will be great help for the farmer in our area. Sir, I am proposing for time and again, we have a big government land, that is a Samrak sheet farm. It is just lying unused. Since the government is not using, the residents are tempted to encroach that particular land because there is no proper fencing, no filler, and the land is encroaching. So my proposal if the government can do something on that, say like agriculture research center, agriculture school or college, it will be great help to the area and for the farmers. Another big land which is lying in the area, that is Sarangma farm. Yes, some horticulture hubs is there, but because of the scarcity of the fund, the intent of the good of the officers is not fulfilling. So I request the government of the day to increase some fund to upgrade this Sarangma horticulture hubs for the benefit of the people in around North Garo Hills, sir. So to the next point, animal husbandry and livestock. In Meghalaya, we have so many mission mode, livestock mission. For example, figari, cattle, and poultry. But as far as my observation, we have so many abundance not functioning veterinary aid center, hospitals, and there are not much staffs that are functioning. In the time of needs, when the domesticated animals is falling sick, there is no way to treat them in the hospital. So my request to the department, if the government can upgrade the infrastructure and the required staffs can be employed so that the mission of the state can be grow hand in hand. So coming to the improved connectivity and mobility, sir. I am indebted to the government for the construction of roads for speedy connectivity in the state. Very few villages are left to make all-weather roads. Timber bridge are replacing with a permanent RCC bridge, and Meghalaya Integrated Transport Project, MITP, has been earmarked rupees 2,500 crores for the financial year of 2026 to 27. Sir, in North Garo Hills, on 3rd of January, there is a program. There was a program, CM Connect program. In that area, which is called Memalam in North Garo Hills, border of West Khasi Hills and Garo Hills, we have a lot of discussion, and there was a discussion regarding the Adokre Mangsang road, which is long pending. And Honorable Chief Minister was discussing about the Adokre Mangsang portion to be connected with proper road. But as my observation in the budget presentation, that road is not reflected so far, sir. So my humble request is to include this important road also in this present financial year. Sir, I would like to raise one issue regarding cement-treated base technology that is implementing in our state. So that is that system, which is cement-treated base system. Our common people in the rural area, they don't know much about this technology. As soon as the black top and roller is rolling stop, the people of the particular area, they start digging and sending the photograph and viraling in the social media that this black top is not working as per the guidelines. But this is a very good technology as far as my concern. Why this technology is started? Because the scarcity of sand and chips, so for my concern. We have hills, rivers and valleys, but there are scarcity of sand and chips. That's why to substantiate the crisis of these materials, this technology is implementing in our state. But we have to create awareness, wide awareness of this technology to the people in our state. Another issue that I want to raise, in the hilly terrain in our state, I think it is very good to implement paper block for making road construction. Many times, our people, our contractors, they are suffering. They are waiting for sand and chips. They are bringing from the Assam and Bhutan sand, but it is rejected by the department. And times and again, it was rejected, it is rejected, and they are waiting by the time monsoon is started. So if this technology can be used, can be implemented in our state, it will be great help, and it is very durable as far as my knowledge, and easy to repair also, sir. Sir, my next point, investment promotion and private sector, sir. People of North Garo is excited for setting up of Berun Beverage Pepsi company in North Garo Hills, Mandipata, and the railway connectivity, which was transporting only passenger earlier. But now we have the facility of rack loading facility that transporting of coal and other articles and importing FCI rice through rail carriage, thereby creating lots of facility for the young people in the region. We are also welcome some small and medium size of industry in our North Garo Hills for the upliftment of the economy in our area, sir. Once again, sir, I would like to humbly submit that the ginger in our area is producing in a very large number, and it is our desire to have some processing unit like ginger powder and ginger dehydration and even ginger oil extraction in our North Garo Hills region. We acquired the land, we are ready for that. It will be great help for our area, and it will be help for the youth, those who are seeking job in our state. Sir, coming to the education department, joyful and quality learning at all levels. Education is the priority in the list, and government is tremendously pushing to scale up the standard of education by employing the teaching staffs and constructing infrastructure and repairing all buildings in around the state. Yes, there are so many to do so, but government is trying its level best to make it functional. All the schools, LP schools, UP school, and high secondary and college level also, sir.
Would you please cut it short, because there are as many as 20 participants there, so I can't give you so much time.
Including, sir, just a minute. I also would like to propose to extend one more story building in addition to existing building to cater commerce and science students. Sir, we have high secondary schools, and recently the government of the day sanctioned for science and commerce streams, but our problem is that we have limited rooms in our building, so there is a provision to extend. So I request the government of the day, the Department of Education, to extend one more story building to extend in that particular existing building to cater all the science and commerce students.
Please wind up, please.
One more, sir. And it is my privilege to respectfully submit the proposal for the staff quarters and boys and girls hostel facility to Kharkutta High Secondary building, sir. There are so many points, but
yes, please.
paucity of times, I thank you, sir. With this few points, I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Next participant, Mr. Ulan Singh Swin, MLA, please. Please try to
sir.
give your within 10 minutes, please.
I feel honor and privilege to stand in the August House to participate in the budget speech. I am very impressed with the budget in agriculture, and the outlay has put around 700 crore. And it's very impressive also to see that the high value plantation crops like black pepper, cinnamon, ceylon and so on, you have taken off for area expansion. This has gone a long way in adding the economy of the farming communities and contribute to the GDP of the state. And I'm also happy that since the agriculture is a big department, so it has many sections, many entities to look after it, like the food processing, the horticulture, the marketing and so on. And besides that, there are many agencies also that looks after the different branches to see that the program activities of the department goes in the right direction. And I appreciate the government that has taken the department in the right perspective. And I was also happy to see that there are some hiring service or machineries available at the block level. This is a new scheme initiative. I have seen that it has happened only last year. So I suppose that by this Kharif season, the farmers should not left uncultivated their paddy fields. Because since last 2 years, I see that the paddy fields remain uncultivated because of the lack of mechanization. And I come to the tourism development, tourism sector. When I hear from the Chief Minister yesterday's speech, presenting the budget regarding the living road bridge at Noriat. And very soon we are going to see that the United Nations Scientific, Cultural and Education Organization will recognize this living road bridge at Noriat to be entered in the list of World Heritage. So we expect that once it has recognized as a World Heritage site, then we can see the heavy footfalls of tourists from globally. And Mausram is not second to Cherrapunji. We are going to see soon the light of the day of the coming up of the Rain Museum, which the construction is underway. And something I want to add to this, the potentiality that we have regarding this living road bridge. Because a living road bridge, though, it's a living thing. Lifespan is limited. It is mortal. One day it has to die. One day it has to dry out. So I suppose that it is important from the department, whoever the department is concerned, to look into it, to see that a new living road bridge should come up in its place when it dies. And one day I suppose, since Excise Hills is a favorable climate for the planting of this living road bridge, we call it Fiscus escalata, I think that it is better to propagate this living road bridge in the different corner of the feasible areas of our state, maybe. So that one day, instead of calling...
Just 1 minute. Since it is 3 o'clock, I will further extend the House till 3:30. So you may please continue.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And Meghalaya is called the land of cloud. One day, Meghalaya or Excise Hills may be called the land of living road bridges. So we put into this, let us take this as a new potentiality for our Excise Hills. And I also want to see, sir, that the Mausram is also globally known as a tourist destination of the world. Cherrapunji is also known as the globally known as tourist destination. We have similarity of climate condition. We have similar topography, we have similar deep terrain, we have similar deep gorges, and so on. I want to see that these two places, these two constituencies, should be as one circuit and should be connected by road, easily connected by road. Then we can see if these two places, Cherrapunji and Mausram, can be made as one circuit, then I suppose, I assume that it will be a wonderful land of our state. We can see the difference of footfalls of tourism in our state. So I request that the government of the day to think and connect directly Mausram and Cherrapunji to become one circuit. Then we can see the different spring up of homestays, the different of tourist lodges everywhere in Mausram and Cherrapunji. This will contribute to the gross state domestic product and also to raise the per capita income of our state. And coming to the sports arena, sir. I am very happy to see in the budget that the sport complex at Adimsoli has come up. And again, the sports event opportunities is open at Maukanu. I think we are competing with the world. We are fortunate we have also the national leader in our state, who has been the MP in the state, in the capital of Delhi, and that's what his vision, something is different from what I am. And we will see that I'm happy to see that the government has already planned 10 years, 20 years, what we want to see in 10, 20 years now, we are planning. It is, I don't have the statistic data to say or to put forward, but one can see, if you go from east to west, south to north of Meghalaya today, you can see the reflection of what the government is doing, what the performance of the government is doing, be it road, be it a health service, be it different sectors, be it different departments of the government of Meghalaya. And I cannot resume my seat unless I mention about the road infrastructure. I am very happy that if you go to Mausram, I think from 2 years from now, 1 year from now, you'll go with a smile. And the dream of the people and my dream has come into reality. Why I say so? A road cost of 285 crores. Tender has been floated and soon to be constructed from now. Connecting from Pramanroy to Ranikor, intermediate road. And from MITP scheme, from Pramanroy to Weloy, it is in the pipeline. From MITP scheme, we can see the light of the day. Not today, not tomorrow. Maybe after 2-3 months, we can see the light of the day. I will be proud if my colleagues will visit my constituency and carry the message to the whole people living in the corner of the Meghalaya. And I'm very happy with the Chief Minister, with the Deputy Chief Minister, who are always in my favor whenever I approach them to look after the underprivileged section of my people. Because road is the backbone of the farmers. We can now see the backbone of Marten constituency is very strong. Because the road connectivity, road infrastructure is in full form. The last mile connection with the PMGSY is from the phase 4 PMGSY, 10 villages has been notified under PMGSY. So I think I should appreciate the leader of our Chief Minister and the government, the officer, the ministers of the different department, wherever I approach them, they are cooperating, and they show the kind dealing hands with my approach. So, in terms of very impressive. I have seen in a budget regarding the climate resilient green economy. It is a very right approach if we think about, we're concerned about the climate change of today. Because I have seen the spring mapping initiative, protection of vulnerable catchment areas under the Meghalaya Prize and the climate adaptive community-based water harvesting project. This is very important to adapt for the climate change. And I have seen also reflection on in the budget that in the year 2026-27, we are going to see the rooftop harvesting of rainwater harvesting rooftop. This is a very good initiative. But besides that, I want to add some more. It's not only that we are going to have the rooftop harvesting in every house. I want to see also that in every house we should have something like a percolating tank technique, so that when the rain falls in the rooftop will collect the water in the percolating pit of every house. So that percolating pit will feed the groundwater. Otherwise, when the rain falls, there is no interception from the rooftop, falls on the cemented floor on the compound and contribute to the runoff on the road and from the road to the rivers. And when they get clotting, the fly spot occurs everywhere. So if we concern about the water conservation, we have to concern to understand how to conserve water and to percolate the water from every house. So I think, sir,
Please wind up.
the time is
Not on your side.
over. So thank you so much, and thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now may I call upon Sri Arvind Stone B. Mara, MLA, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to take part in this budget discussion. I rise today with immense pride and gratitude as an elected member from Silsila constituency to express my heartfelt thanks to our Honorable Chief Minister for presenting a visionary and inclusive budget for the year 2026. Sir, Honorable Chief Minister, budget speech has truly captured the aspiration of the people of Meghalaya, striking a harmonious balance between development and sustainability. The focus on rural infrastructure, agriculture, modernization, and youth empowerment reflects this government's unwavering commitment to uplifting every corner of our beautiful state. Under road connectivity, sir, I would like to thank this government for sanctioning various roads under my constituency, namely Apalgri to Nengkalpara, Bhaitbari to Salbila 1, Salbila 1 to Salbila 3, Golban to Kudaldua, Bolongri to Sekapara, concrete drainage MPT road at Kasaripara, Namabila to Silkata, Namabila to Golergao road, retaining wall, and many more. Under PMJSY 3, Jiwali to Gachung Bazar, and Namabila road, where the existing timber bridges have been converted into RCC bridges. Also, Mangchum Road, where the timber bridge has been converted to RCC bridge. Sir, in addition to this, I would like to request our Honorable Chief Minister's guidance to convert the remaining timber bridges at Silsila Amguri, Silsila Rombazar Road, Ramjongri Marok Road, and Namabila Silkata Golban Road to be converted into RCC bridges. Sir, I would like to request our Honorable Chief Minister to kindly look into the possibility of constructing hanging bridges at Holdibari and Nawaldari picnic spot over Galwang River, Gambidua and Rungidari over Sungwal River, Ramjongri over Galwang River, Sungulgri and Kodaldo over Sungul River, so that the people residing in these areas do not need to travel longer distance to reach their destination, like schools, offices, etc. Also, sir, there are few more roads left in my constituency need to taken upon a priority basis, which I believe this government will look into in the very near future. Sir, under Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Department, I would like to request reconstruction of the old Assam-type building of the veterinary dispensary to be replaced with an RCC structure at Selsela, Halidigans, and Wajata. Adding to this, sir, if a new veterinary center can be constructed at Marok, as well as most of the people in this area depend largely on livestock, and this center would greatly benefit the people of this area. Sir, under Education Department, I would like to request this government to kindly look into the possibility of increasing the existing number of seats under B8 and DL8 under the West Garo Hills district, as the area is quite innermost and the present number of seats cannot cater to their needs, and they have to look for admission outside the state, which create a lot of hardship for them. Under PHC Department, through you, sir, I would like to request the Honorable PHC Minister to kindly resurvey the Selsela greater water supply, as there are still certain villages who are facing an acute scarcity of water. And if this can be looked into at the earliest. Sir, under the Power Department, Selsela is surely but steadily moving towards the getting electricity in almost every village now. However, I would like to request the Minister in charge of power, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, to kindly look into the installation of a few more feeders in the substation at Selsela, so as to provide ample supply of power in the entire region of Selsela. Also, sir, if the villages of Makbalkolgri, Regmagri, and Matkolgri can be accommodated for the supply of power, sir, I would be very grateful. Furthermore, sir, the transformer currently at Rochonpara and Halidigans needs to be upgraded. Also, sir, in the plain areas of my constituency, the people have started to cultivate their PD fields and require electricity for pumping water into their fields, and they also require a transformer for them to be able to do so. Sir, also under Power Department, I would like to request the Honorable Minister in charge of Power through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, to kindly instruct the department to check the meters properly, as the people in the rural areas have been mentioning a high rise in their electricity bills. Lastly, under the Power Department, sir, I would like to request the department to kindly ensure uninterrupted power supply whenever possible during the upcoming monsoon season. Sir, under the District Council Affairs Department, I would like to request Honorable Chief Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, to kindly look into the possibility of taking up the 6th Schedule Amendment Bill with the Union government, which I'm sure will be benefit the state as a whole. Sir, lastly, I would like to mention again that Silsila is one of the oldest, largest and oldest blocks in the state, and because of its large area and diverse religions and culture, there is a need to upgrade into a full-fledged civil subdivision, which I am sure will be considered with utmost importance, and I hope of receiving great news in the not so distant future. With these few words, the people of Silsila join me in thanking the Honorable Chief Minister for a budget that truly serves our state of Meghalaya. With these few words, I resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Sri Jim M. Sangma, MLA. But please confine to within 10 minutes, please. Confine your speech.
Thank you, Speaker, Honorable Speaker, sir, for allowing me to participate in the 2026-2027 budget discussion. Last year also, I was getting in the last minute, while it's remained only 5 minutes. So I'll try to finish up in 5 minutes, sir. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister and the Council of Ministers, our state is undergoing significant transformation and is on track to achieve our goal of 10 billion USD economy by 2028. Speaker, sir, I would like to focus specifically on the development projects pertinent to Rongjeng constituency only. Given the state's overall development progress and substantial budget allotted for 2026-27, as the representative of my constituency, I envisioned a future for the upcoming generation that prioritizes targeted development initiative. Honorable Speaker, sir, I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the government for bringing tremendous development to my constituency over the first 7.5 years. Notable projects I like to include the creation of the civil subdivision of Rongjeng, which brought administrative service closer to the people. The establishment of the Degree Model College at Rongjeng, the construction of a sports stadium at Rongjeng, the Eklavya Model Residential School at Nongtram, Portland Project on Highway National 217 that passes through my constituency, the establishment of 3 power stations at my constituency, that is Kabuldaningka, Rongjeng, and Mangsang, and the sanctioning of new building for Mangsang PHC, as well as the forthcoming sports stadium at Mangsang. This government is truly committed to comprehensive development, not just in my constituency, sir, but across the entire state. And numerous other projects could be cited illustrating its dedication. Sir, I would like to bring the attention of the government the necessity of certain development projects in my constituency, particularly in the health and medical department. The Rongjeng CHC, situated adjacent to National Highway 217, requires relocation due to ongoing construction and expansion works that will soon necessitate the dismantling of staff quarter and the main building of CHC. Recognizing these needs, sir, the department had identified an alternate site at Rongjeng Jambal last year only, sir, for upgrading to a civil sub-division hospital. And the land agreement has been finalized, and multiple survey has been already conducted. How many times it will be conducted, sir? 2 or 3 times. Therefore, I respectfully request the Honorable Chief Minister, through you, sir, Honorable Chief Minister and the government, to consider allocating funds for the construction of new civil subdivisional hospital in the 2026-27 budget. Sir, I also humbly urge the government to consider approving the introduction of science stream at Rongjeng Degree Model College for the academic session of 2026-27. A move that would unlock the opportunities and empower students from Rongjeng and surrounding areas to shape a bright future. Speaker, sir, locals would often jest about Rongjeng, saying in Garo, Maina Jazreng Songan Rongjeng. I repeat, Maina Jazreng Songan Rongjeng, which translates to, our place is Rongjeng, why should we worry? And also people are often ridiculed for the disruption caused to passing vehicles due to the areas with narrow roads and congested market causing difficulties for commuters.
Finish up in 1 minute, please.
Only three minutes, sir. 3 minutes. I can finish.
Your 5 minutes is over.
To mitigate this congestion, a shopping complex near Rongjeng market is essential, given its status as one of the busiest market areas in Garo Hills, corridor to Khasi Hills and Assam. Sir, I humbly request the government of the day to consider allocating funds for the beautification and construction of approach road to renowned tourist destination, Mokma Dare Falls. Mokma Dare Falls, situated near Mebang, within my constituency. Sir, through you, Speaker, sir, I would also like to respectfully request the government to consider allocating funds for the construction of new veterinary dispensary building in Rongjeng, given that the existing building is over 50 years old and in a dilapidated condition. Furthermore, Speaker, sir, I would also like to request the government the inclusion of allocation of 2026-27 budget for the upgradation of Rongmal Medical Sub-Center to Primary Health Center, which is one of the sub-center in my constituency. Again, the land agreement for the construction has been done, is finalized, and many times multiple survey has been conducted. Now all that is required is to in the allocation of funds for construction. And finally, sir, I would be very happy to request the government to consider the long-standing demand for the creation of CNRD block at Bangsang, which caters to large population. With this few submission, I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now the time allotted for general discussion on the budget for today is over. As there is no further business before the House for the day, the House stands adjourned till 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 25th February 2026.